Good evening, everybody. This is Uncle T here at TCH Social Austin for a Wednesday night live stream, a Big O game. And we have two guest announcers in the booth today. We have Amanda. Say hi, Amanda.
Hello, everybody.
And Matt. I'm going to leave it to them and let the experts talk about a game that I suck at. So take it away, you two.
All right, thanks for the intro. Experts is a little bit of a stretch, but we are excited to be here tonight.
Yes, very much so. Do not sell yourself short, Amanda.
It looks like they are starting with a bomb pot. I think I heard them say ultimate high, ultimate low.
Yeah, that's normally how they're played, at least in the cash game.
So we see here Kathy has raised with an ace deuce 3 hand. She has an uncounterfeitable low unless the rivers, the turn in rivers come deuce, ace deuce, or some combination of the 3 wheel cards that she has.
Yeah. Any high? She does have, I guess, really no high. She turned a flush draw 7 high, but hopefully she doesn't go too crazy just betting the low, because it's typical for a lot of people to share the lowest. Steel Wheel also has the nut low currently. Now his can be counterfeited, but you don't want to get too much in there with a one-way hand.
Yeah, and then for the high, we can see that the professor has flopped top set, so he will make top boat if the board pairs, and Mahesh has a straight. He has the jack high straight, so it's not the nut straight, but he decided to get in there with what is currently the best hand.
Yeah, Mahesh is not afraid to rumble, as we say. He's going to not just play the nuts. He can play a lot of different variations. And normally he plays them pretty well, honestly. Tournament style, too, for him is kind of his specialty.
All right, well, we have a huge pot going into the rivers.
Not a lot of folds.
So now the nuts are ace queen for Broadway, since none of the
Steel Wheel makes kind of a well, it's not the one saved him. He makes ace queen. The other one counterfeits his nut low, so he's not going to scoop. Kathy now has ace 3, which I would feel a lot better to bet, but unfortunately for Kathy, Victor has it as well. So they're going to get quartered up if they continue on.
I can't see either one of them folding the nut low at
Right.
this point.
But in this situation, I mean, nobody should bet it. The only person that maybe should bet their hand is Bill. And he's all in for 715. So that's good. He made the gut shot, which isn't just a absolute, like, it doesn't come off as he's on this easy draw. Straight gutter.
Victor is called with the nut low, and Kathy is going to as well.
Kathy's
And
never folded a nut low in her career, so
there were a lot of players in the hand, though, so they should turn out all right. We'll see.
they're going to be okay. If they lose anything, it's not going to be much. And Bill is actually going to make a nice little chunk, getting half the pot.
We've got numbers at the bottom of the screen. I'm not sure these are accurate because it shows that Kathy got half of that pot, which I don't believe she did. We will have gotten quartered with Victor for the nut low.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like Victor had ace 3 as well.
Yeah, Roseville, she had 9-7, ace deuce 3.
Wow.
She just flopped everything.
That's a tough beat for Kathy.
When
When you flop nut and you end up, but you know, the low was always going to get chopped by somebody unless an ace came. Somebody always has the sneaky low.
Oh, I know. I'm not.
How many hands have you played where you've been in the pot and that low has been chopped up 2 or 3 ways.
Kathy had
A million. I mean, that's why if I have a one-way hand
there was enough in there that you
and it's
you
the
might
low,
have made money,
I typically won't bet it. I turn into a check caller at that point
because there was
and
five
kind of
ways
assess
with
from
five
there.
ways all the way, right?
The only way
And you
is going to
only
be a positional way for me if I am maybe first or second to act. I like to, if there's enough in the pot, I like to make a huge bet to see if I can get an ace deuce around back to fold or nut low, whatever it may be, to fold so I can win half.
so it's not a
Unfortunately, not a lot of people will fold the nut low.
That's true.
I don't care. They'll put their children in the middle. They're not going to fold the nut low. And that's some of the perils. So you do have to kind of know these players. For this particular game, I've played a lot of hands with most of these players. There are some, Bill, he'll fold. I've seen him fold hands. Victor, he'll fold. Mahesh is not going to fold the nut low. Kathy's not going to fold the nut low. Ray's not going to fold the nut low. You're just going to have to show him. And, like everybody, we've all been quartered, sixth. It's no fun, but it's the way it goes.
We are on to the next hand. We've got a lot of calls. And who raised with an ace deuce? DH has raised with ace queen 10, deuce deuce. Ace deuce is the best low starting hand in this game, and he has a number of Broadway cards. So he has flopped a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor low draw. So I imagine if it checks to him, he will continue betting on this board.
Yeah, no, there are real hands out there, to be honest. There's some ace threes and maybe some gutters.
But Kathy is taking the betting lead with just top pair and a pair of queens.
Yeah, but it's going to work.
It's going to be the best hand.
Yeah. She's betting with the best.
Oh, well, Ray has bottom 2. And I don't
know what Mahesh has to call here. Pair of jacks with a 3-5 low.
Ray has.
Oh, what a turn for Mahesh.
Yeah, he just spikes the jack right there.
Unfortunate, if somebody would have been in there with queen 10, nobody seems to be in there with that. But, alarm bells have to go up for Kathy.
Kathy does have 2 queens, so she might be inclined to represent queen 10. But she slows down wisely because I don't think Mahesh was ever going to fold there.
Again, no, you're just going to have to show him what's going on.
And Mahesh will take that pot. He made a speculative call on the flop, and it came right in on the turn. So good for him.
I didn't get my 2. It's 1-2, right? Or is it not 1-2? No, it's 1-2-5. Well, I didn't get my 2.
I know this is something that's fairly recent, probably within the last year of your playing career, Amanda, that you picked up and kind of fell in love with the Big O game. What is your, what are the hands you like to play? I mean, are you a nut player? You speculate? What do you do?
I personally am a bit more of a conservative player. I do like to play those ace deuce 3 hands with some Broadway cards if I had my choice.
That's a good strategy.
It is. You can get many callers in this game with those middle cards. I've actually lost my biggest pots trying to inflate pots with these premium hands and getting called by middle of the deck hands that happen to hit the board. So you can go either way, but I think I do tend to err a little bit more on the conservative side.
I do not.
Would you be sad if you never?
I will play. One of the hands I play a lot is all tall, where I have absolutely no low available to me. I just bank on that there's a high every hand.
There is a high every hand.
So the low doesn't hit every hand. So I do play those quite a bit. Um, and I do a lot of 3 and 4 betting, trying to get people out of pots early and trying to isolate when I have a small edge somewhere.
All right, so we're on to the next hand. We can see that Ray has flopped the second low. So
And
if
Kathy has
no
top
one
2.
has a wheel, Kathy has top 2, and she's going to bet it because she's in position. Nobody bets the flop, and so she can feel relatively confident. And Victor is going to raise and represent a wheel because he has 2 3s in his hand. So he has played this hand to use his blockers, but Kathy decides to call him off here.
I mean, once she bet the 50, Victor's got to realize that she's probably not going to fold.
But Victor backdoors Broadway.
There's a queen jack on the river too.
Yeah, and that's what happens in this game. He should have a foolish grin on his face.
He knew it was coming.
He deserves it. He tried to take it down. He made a play with the 2 3s, which is a good play. Obviously, if he looks at Kathy's stack, probably he's got to know that she's not going to fold after she puts in that initial bet. And so, somewhat of a misstep on his part. But as you know, in this game, sometimes you can hit runner. You can get lucky.
You can. Exactly. We've got a few chatters with us tonight. We've got Escapin', my GF, saying I'm loosey-goosey as well. So someone who likes to take your style.
Yeah, I believe it's just, I don't know. I don't like to just play a few hands. It's more about, trying to get involved in as many hands as possible.
Yeah.
So,
But you never know when you're going to go runner Broadway like we just saw.
One thing I do stay away from, or typically when I started kind of playing this game and noticing trends on what's wins, what's losing, is I don't like to play a hand that contains more than 3 cards that are between the 5 and the 10. So if I have 9s and 8s, I do not like that hand because it never, hardly ever has scoop potential. I will, obviously, if there's an ace deuce with it, ace is suited, and you have some potential. But that's one of the rules that I typically follow.
That is a good rule. And we see the professor here waking up with aces, a 3, and a suit. So he's definitely going to raise his hand.
Yeah. Just 10, though.
He would prefer if the 7 and the 9 were Broadway cards or wheel cards. But it's going to be a pretty good opening hand. So he opens 10, and we see Victor in there with pocket 10s and ace 4. We see DH with pocket kings. And we can see ace 4 flopping the nut low. Ray has flopped the nut straight, and I think Diego has the nut flush draw as well.
I like the gin one.
Yeah, everybody's got a little something on this.
Exactly.
So everybody's going to stay. I mean, obviously Ray's got the nut high right now. Diego with the nut flush draw.
3 players. 2 players and Ray.
And we're going 3 players to a turn. The pot is $172, and we see the heart come in. It does pair the board, but Diego also has a 3.
And so that's going to slow down some of the action probably. The only one that could really bet it is Victor with the nut low, and he doesn't want to get crazy.
But the deuce rolls off on the river, giving Ray a boat. So now Diego's flush is going to be no good. And Victor is going to lead out again with his nut low.
Ray does not have a boat, does he?
Deuce 6.
Oh, yes, he does. So he flopped the nuts with 2 pair.
And he's going to fold it.
Diego's giving him
Diego
125.
is going to
he knows
win
better.
the high.
Victor folded.
And we have a question in the chat. When is the next Big O tournament? I actually don't know when it is.
I do not. I have not heard. I don't even know, to be honest, when the next series is for this TCH Austin location.
However,
Um,
we do run cash games a couple times a week.
Yeah, at least 3 times. So
We have cash games on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So if you want to play some Big O, come on down.
and you can come at any hour because they play all night.
Pockets has a flush.
These are not games that
He's just trying to get his cards.
that are easily quit. So it is something that you can play. There's lists. Sometimes they even get 2 tables going.
I am very surprised that Ray Ray got away from his boat there.
I'm shocked. I don't. Honestly, maybe it was a misread. I don't know. But I don't understand why he would play. You know, the deuce 6. That's kind of a hidden thing.
I think in that situation, you are inclined to call it off. It seemed like Victor was betting the low and Diego was in call mode the entire time.
Right.
But it seems like Ray Ray might have put Diego on deuce 3 and that would have been a 3's full boat. So maybe thought he was saving himself a little money there.
That's typically not Ray's style.
I know.
He's not afraid to call it off. And he had every right to there. But good for him for, thinking it through. It just happened to be the wrong decision this time. Another hand. It's off to a pretty good start. We're seeing some good action.
This I will. And then I look at it, I'm like, oh.
Reverend Dogood says they really like the tournament Big O. So maybe somebody will be able to fill
They've
us
had
in
him
there.
here, and they may have a weekly tournament. I know they did for a minute, and I don't know if it's something that caught on enough for them to continue. But they are
No.
obviously trying new things.
The three
And,
of us did not. This time.
It's just something that if you guys want it, they'll bring it back. They're very good about that here.
Yeah.
Yes, and I agree with the chat. The 6 deuce hand should have at least called. He definitely shouldn't have potted it, but you're going to have to show me a bigger boat. Kathy has a fairly nice hand with a suited ace, 4 Broadway cards, and an ace 3.
But there are a few flush draws out there. Victor has folded the queen high flush draw. I imagine Ray Ray will call with the king high flush draw. Oh, he is not going to call. He's going to go all in
I like it.
with an overpair and a flush draw. So if his overpair is no good right now, he hopefully will hit the flush. But making that move, he can get some other hands with a lot of equity to fold, like Kathy's top pair with 3 overcards and a low draw. We see Mahesh checking his cards with...
I think Mahesh may give him a courtesy. No,
That's the only time I've
no courtesy. Now Diego feels like he's got to be the sheriff.
And Diego has an inside wrap and a good low draw. So Diego is drawing to ace 8 here, and Ray Ray is drawing deuce 8. And so if some of the non-pairing cards hit, Diego will actually have an emergency low, but
Yeah.
Ray Ray gets it through. He check raised into 4 people and got them all to fold.
That's hard to do.
It is. It is, but you can see that grin. You can see that grin. He knows he got away with one.
I think that you can run twice because
Emergency,
no
when
low
you're
at
drawing
all.
to ace 8, most of the time you're going to have
I
to
had
fold.
a big pair and a flush overpair.
And Ray Ray's telling Diego what he had.
So I had I had the clubs and
A lot of times you maybe don't want to do that in the game with somebody like the professor who is going to pick up on
I
those
had 2
things.
kings.
100%.
flush
Ray
draws.
Ray is telling him exactly what he had, and the professor will be able to use that in future hands to assess the situation.
Some of it, though, can backfire because Ray Ray can use that against the professor
Mind game.
and,
Too low.
show up with the goods.
remember that.
That's true.
And that's why one of the reasons I play kind of a variety of hands, because you're never going to know when I'm playing whether I have the nuts or the non-nuts. And I do get paid off a lot when I do make a
I
hand.
knew my.
I didn't
my
know
kings were
people
good.
who
My kings
played
were
really
good,
loose
right?
were allowed to make the nuts.
My king was good.
Every so often,
Just buying.
we are.
Yeah.
First round's always on.
A lot of trash getting shown now.
We've got DH raising with a suited ace 3,
Did that
and
change your mind?
the professor is going to
He's taking plenty from me where he can buy me.
here. He's going to 3-bet with an ace suit 4 with
diamonds.
a queen. So he has a suit, a couple Broadway possibilities, and a nut low draw in his hand.
Now this is what I like to see right
I
here.
can't even spell that.
Some heads-up action. People, somebody's going to have to earn it. Mahesh is very capable here, leading out with middle pair, which is obviously good right now. See, Mahesh makes a bet, and he's going to take it down. I mean, Mahesh has the best hand. He doesn't know that, but Mahesh is very good about if somebody shows weakness,
No, it's there.
putting them to the test.
Absolutely.
Put up to my mouth and I was like, what is that?
The thing about Mahesh is that he will call a lot of the time just to get in that situation where somebody calls weakness. I would have liked to see what he would have done if Diego had put in a continuation bet there, because
Yes.
that would have put him in a really difficult spot with just a jack. I do think he would have found the call, depending on how much pressure Diego decided to put on him.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you. I like to get the pot a little bit bloated. So when you do make a continuation bet, you can make it a size where people that don't
I'm sure there's some
per se have it can actually fold or make a fold, putting you on, the hand that, beats them. I mean, in my opinion, Mahesh can get away from the jack there. He didn't have a ton of other draws, but when it's not a lot or when it's not even bet to him, he's going to take the lead.
What was the stream yesterday?
And that is also the benefit of playing in position.
Yeah.
Diego doesn't know what will happen if he bets into Mahesh, and so Mahesh has the information that there is not a continuation bet there. He was able to take the lead.
Victor never gets tired of folding.
That's a nice hand that DH has. He's got a bunch of Broadway cards and an ace deuce. However, there is an ace on the flop, and so Kathy has flopped the nut low draw.
Nothing is more aggravating than having ace deuce and hitting one of them on the flop. It
But-
happens a lot.
DH has flopped a decent flush draw, and Ray has flopped a set and is just going to raise it right now.
And that's exactly what he should do. He's got to make somebody with diamonds pay to chase a draw.
And the low draw, because he has a decent low. So if he can get Kathy's hand to fold, then he's actually in a really good position to scoop the pot. A lot of times you want to play hands that have good high potential and good low potential.
That's what you want to do all the time.
Oh, there's a 5 on the board as well, so he does not have a great low draw yet. But with 2 more cards on the board, he will have a low draw.
Got ace 4. Oh, no? Well, he's counterfeited. He's going to fire
Both
away
ways.
on the set of 9s.
Kathy is going to call and draw to the
Oh,
low.
hold, please hold.
Does she have any high potential?
Just a 4.
Just
I don't think it's
straight,
gonna
right?
Just a 4. So she has a gut shot, but she is largely being free rolled here. Now, however, the low has come in, and she has almost locked it up. I think.
Yeah, it's just going to be a chop.
Well,
Unless
she has
Kathy-
picked up a flush draw.
Yeah,
So now it's actually Ray who's being
free roll.
free rolled, but the board pair is on the river, so it's going to be a chop.
Blocking all these out. That's what he did. That's what he did.
Oh, standard, big O.
I have all the blockers for the other side. Still pairs the board anyway. You know we play together. You're Ray, aren't you? Yes.
Ray Ray's always good
That's why they
action.
invite me.
Whatever game. He
Oh,
likes
yeah.
he does like the different variations and mixed games. It's not, I don't know when the last time I saw him play Hold'em was. He was certainly play some
That's a good all-in hand, right?
Big O's, some deuce and sevens, PLO.
And he's always just fun attitude.
He's great about that.
Last time I was here, he goes, do not try this at home, kids. Hey, he's
Exactly.
Do not try this at home. I could not try Ray Ray's play style at home. It is a little bit too much fun for me.
Okay to call. It's okay to expand the range.
It is okay.
As you'll see, and you'll be able to see as you watch the stream, even if you're watching the stream, you know, at home or whatever, and you have access to the cards. You can see you don't have to be afraid of every turn card, you know, and that's why aggression a lot of times pays off, because they don't always hit every turn, and you can bet them off their hand.
Even if you feel like it.
Right.
You hear that? They don't always have it.
Now, I would be a little more cautious in this game because all the cards are out, so, you know, people are going to hit stuff. But
You mean top pair's not as good in this game as it is in Hold'em?
slightly lower value.
Nobody said anything about it yet.
All
Steel
right.
wheel getting in there with Queen 6-6-3-4.
I think he is straddled.
Oh, nice. Yeah, folds a straddle obviously to somebody raising.
We're going to play a little mystery hand. There we go.
we could.
How's your drink over there?
Mahesh has raised with pocket jack and a
3-5
3-5 low.
Yeah.
The professor, no, Mahesh called and the professor raised with ace deuce and pocket queens and a 10. He does not have a nut suit, but it's a nice enough hand to raise anyway. Ray called with ace deuce, and Ray has the diamond blocker, so I'm curious to see whether he will bluff this.
That's true too. The free four.
But the professor is going to continue with his ace deuce for,
And he has top pair on the board plus queens in his hand.
yes,
So he's got to kind of put some pressure on people. You want to basically make them pay for your price and not what they want to pay.
and Mahesh is going to call with the jack
They're
flush
usually
draw,
pretty drunk by that point.
Yeah, so you just like,
which in this
they're
case is
probably
good.
not gonna notice. It's the point.
And Mahesh has hit the nut high on the turn,
It's definitely really
the
strong,
8
and
nut
they usually
cut,
are like, oh,
And both Ray
And
and
both-
Diego.
like a spirit gun.
the professor and Ray have the low.
Now this is where,
That was our like revenge.
if you're Mahesh, it's so good because you're going to be getting half this if it stays in its current state. You want to get as much money as possible in there.
I don't think either the professor or Ray have any way to get this high. I think they're both dead on high. So Mahesh is going to end up with the high. Because nobody has a flush draw or a set or even two pair, unless I'm mistaken.
No. You're seeing it correctly.
I did cut a lot of people off without them knowing. That I did all the time.
So Mahesh obviously knows something that we don't know, because you can get in there with a hand like pocket jacks and end up with the nuts on the turn.
And instead of me having to fight a guy and cut him off, like I gotta fight you now until you're getting cut off and this and that.
Man's making the pot correct.
People out. They don't know the
Important part of the dealing.
Then I don't look very for it.
And the man,
But the juice I don't.
as a dealer, he's a talker. He's going to tell you what he's doing
They'll wake up in the morning
while
like,
he's
"Why do I
doing
have all
it.
these NA beers on my staff?"
That's good. With all of the side pots, it is always nice
Oh,
when
yes.
the miller is
Yeah.
vocal
Yeah, but
about
you can scoop
Oh,
it
it
up.
do?
pots
My
they're
experience as a
making.
bartender is the easiest way to cut someone off is they don't even know.
For the
They don't even, like, they literally don't know. They literally don't know.
Ray Ray takes the
I think everybody should do it that way. 'Cause you're
takes the
never
low,
gonna
and
argue with
Professor takes the high.
them. You don't piss off a
Mahesh
guy
has
who
the
doesn't
high,
like
and
your tips.
Ray Ray and the
Like, that
professor
was
will
thing as a
chop the
bartender
low.
that I always hated cutting people off because it's gonna affect my tips now. Now they're gonna be pissed at me. So now I've done it without them knowing it.
I had this also.
What a
I had a
hand.
straight.
There's a lot of quartering
King has
early
straight
on,
hand.
but that's Big O. People are like, I hear some of the complaints about Big O as being they don't like to play split pot games. But if you play the correct hands pre-flop, you can get situations where you're getting half the pot when two other people are putting in their money, which you're going to make a profit.
For sure.
For me, the favorite hand to always make is, I always tell people, in Big O, if you can make the wheel every hand, you're just going to die a millionaire. So that's all you, because it's strong enough to play high and low.
Yeah.
It's a very good strategy. I will try to make the wheel every hand.
Every hand.
Every single hand, I will show up with the wheel, and everybody will be
You'll
amazed.
notice how big your stack gets when you make the wheel every
Now I
hand.
guess last stream.
You won't always have the nut high, but you will always have the nut low.
You gotta watch it. Rain got
We've
bad.
got about 70 people watching the stream at this point. If you could throw us a like, that would be
There I
great.
go. I should have.
And let's do a little sound off in the chat. Where is everybody watching the stream from? Do we have any chatters that are lurking? I like to watch streams and lurk. So let's
Do you
see.
comment much on streams you watch?
Occasionally,
I do too.
I'll
but it's
pop
been
in
very
and say
rare.
hi, but I'm not a consistent chatter.
Right.
I imagine we have a couple viewers in the Austin area, given that this is TCH Social in
And I had the
Austin.
scary diamond. The scary diamond.
The nicest room in the Austin area, really the nicest room in Texas, if you ask me, and I've been to a lot of them. Not all, a lot. So Houston, San Antonio, Dallas area.
Why stop there? The nicest room in history.
I was
We've
just
got
joking around.
Stan O'Higgins in the Houston area.
Are they playing any Big O in
I only do
Houston?
that for the good.
Or is it
I
simply
joke
a
around.
PLO
No, you will.
capital of Texas? Austin's starting to rival that.
That single should go to.
I played a tournament at a TCH in Houston when I had to go get my passport last year.
It should go to him.
A Big O?
It was not a Big O tournament. It was just a little nightly tournament. And
Well, how'd you do?
Patrick Murray is watching from the OC. I did not cash that tournament, but I had fun.
Oh, that's the key. Oklahoma City.
That's a raisin.
All right. Thank you for joining us and for popping into the chat to say hi. Once again, I'm Amanda, and this is Matt.
Yes. Another bomb pot, it looks like. Ultimate high, ultimate low. A lot of table talk tonight. Most of these guys, if not all of them, they've played with each other multiple times. They know each other. There's not one, new face really.
No, all of these players have played many hands together.
I can't pull them out. I know we're gonna
Yeah.
10 maybe when you're knowing the quarter.
All right, well, we will try to accurately
Yeah.
describe the drum pot with different hands, 5 cards. It is sometimes difficult to see what everybody has. They just don't play enough Big O in Houston, just PLO.
Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, I love PLO as well, but I do love Big O.
I like having,
Shelly with a nice pre-flop hand.
that's true. Let's see what we have on the board.
See what the flops are.
They are high.
Of course. So Shelly has nothing at this point. There's no low draw on either board. It would have to come runner, runner. But like we said earlier, there's always a high every hand.
We can't see the cards right now, but the current nuts would be 9-10 for the queen high straight. Their DH also has some backdoor low potential, so he's going to call. Steel Wheel has a beautiful rundown Broadway hand, so he's going to flop the nuts with top 2 on each board and a redraw. He's now going to make the nut boat on the turn, and so he's going to feel pretty good here.
Yeah, he's gonna bet it. Trust me. The low draw does turn on the bottom, so any of the ace deuces should stick around with the 2 low cards. DH actually has uncounterfeitable.
He doesn't have cards yet.
What's Kathy thinking about?
Steel Wheel bet 175.
Ray was thinking.
Oh, man.
Because she was watching.
I'm not sure if that was a pot size bet or if it was a milkier value bet, but he did bet his
I don't know if my
nut boat.
Yeah, I would too.
I saw. I did see.
And we've got Craig Savage in the chat saying, I'm really enjoying this. Thanks for the insights. Thank you for joining us. It's really fun to have you here. Hopefully seeing a game that you haven't played a lot. Oh, and we have here Hijack Poker. Play poker online and earn real cash. You can get $20 off with this referral code, TCHL20.
Have you tried it?
I have tried it. Have you?
I have, yes. I enjoyed it.
It's very fun. I have
worked
heard
very
from
well,
people who
right?
play a lot of
Girls
cash
don't-
on there and
don't
who
know what
have
I'm gonna
run
do.
a
I just go
small
all
amount
in and
into a
done.
very large
Yeah.
amount on that app.
That seems.
Welcome to the world of online
Hold
poker.
on.
Texas
It
Poker.
has to be because you're gonna get a lot of fold equity out of it.
If you are watching from outside of
Sounded
Texas,
smart.
say
If you don't know what to
Oklahoma,
do, just go all
you
in.
really should make it down to
You'll get a lot of
Texas
fold
at some
equity out of
point.
that.
Our reputation precedes us. And Shelly has raised it up with an ace deuce hand and a suit. She also has ace 10, so there is some Broadway potential. The professor comes along with a high hand. He's got 2 pocket pairs in his hand. We've got a lot of interesting hands.
Yeah, Ray has aces. He's going to play those fairly hard most time. I do like Shelly's hand here because she's got a lot of options to make nut low, nut straights.
And
Things
she
like that.
flops great. She flops ace deuce with,
Let's have a straight draw and a pair.
okay. Ray has open-ended and the nut flush draw, so he's never going anywhere. Kathy has just the straight draw. She's open-ended. So we'll see what she decides to do here.
I don't like to play 9-7 so hard, especially with no hearts.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ray is going to have the nut flush draw. He's going to play his 9-7 a little faster, which he should.
She has come along. But this is why you run into some trouble, because even if you get there, you might get there with the suit,
Yeah.
and that puts her in a really tricky position.
All the 9-7s are good, but the hearts is a little bit better. Is there anybody that's going to?
Thank you.
I mean, Shelly obviously has the nut low. So.
Shelly has the nut low, and she also has 2 pair. So if a 10 or a 6 rolls off on the river, she will scoop this pot with the low and a boat. But the 5 doesn't change anything for either player. So Ray is going to bet the pot with his nut flush, and Shelly will probably call with the nut low.
335.
And she also
Oh.
made a straight.
She's going to call for sure.
I see the flush for the high and then
Hey, 4-card forever, how you doing? 4-card forever is another local Big O player
you guys take that back.
who has played with all of these players before.
Oh, really? Yeah, Kathy folds 0.5% of the time. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Victor said he was re-rolling me. I said he could.
But, you know, I prefer that style myself.
If the deuce.
And the extra chip is the high.
I added 1,000. I added 1,000.
You don't know what it is.
Big O pros in the booth. That is hardly true, but we do enjoy compliments. So people are
for sure.
coming.
I have more chance than my
Any sort of praise you can give will just inflate our egos.
Amanda's being very humble. I do fashion myself as a Big O I
All
trust
right,
me.
we've
I
got
think I'm
one
the
big O
greatest.
pro.
I think I'm the best player in the room, but I'm playing Big O. Whether
That's
it's true or not
true.
is certainly debatable.
I've gotten a couple Matt lectures in my day. I will not comment on whether I agreed with them, but they existed. Wow, you call with that.
I used to with a flush draw.
Only when I lose. Only when I
Usually the
lose.
hold them down.
If I win, good call. Good call.
I should have. Next time.
All right, and now we get to move on to the
Everybody
next
always wants to be
hand.
in my
Looks
life.
like Steel Wheels up. He's having a beautiful evening. Looked like he was up 780. You'll be able to see the graphics on what people are up, down, at the bottom. I typically after every hand, so keep an eye on that.
Steel Wheel is a similar player to myself a lot of the time. He is a bit more on the conservative side, but he will be aggressive if he's in situations where he knows he might be getting 3/4 of that pot.
Ray, of course, is in there with the suited ace deuce, or 8, 9, 10 with the suited ace. Kathy's hand is a hand that I really like. Kathy's hand is typically a hand that I will 3-bet and bam, looky there. The nuts. And Ray's got a little wrap, so he can typically call.
And Kathy just checks it, hoping that somebody else is going to take this bait. Unfortunately, nobody has bet into her yet, and so she's going to put a little value bet out there and take it down.
See, and that's why I 3-bet. I want to bloat it. I want people. A lot of people won't 4-bet just ace deuce. They'll obviously call to see the flop, and when you flop something like that, you know you can. At that point, you've got something in the pot to bet. You can get people to fold some draws. Obviously, when you flop as good as Kathy did, you don't really have much to worry about. So at that point, I liked your $50 bet.
It's always a bummer, though, when you're stuck and you flop the nuts and everybody has been so aggressive all night and nobody will take the bait and put any more money into the pot.
Oh, it seems to be par for the course whenever you hit the nuts. It's like you are correct. Everybody's on auto muck and just fold.
Queen, Jack, 10, 10, 7. Exactly. Premium hand. Hits the nuts every time. We just stop. And so you can't prove that it is not a nutted hand. 100% of the time it has made the nuts. But now Kathy has an actual premium hand. Ace deuce 3-4 with a king. And DH behind has double suited aces. So unfortunately we could not get the... Oh, there's no case ace. All of the aces are accounted for. But Kathy has the nut low draw and the ace of hearts. So she's going to bluff the ace and run into one non-believer, which is Mahesh. But now she makes a boat. So
hello. King 4 is good.
I'm listening to what you said.
And the thing is,
Very
you know, the thing you do have to be careful about in this game is if you're on a bluff, which she had a little backup with the 2 pair, which turned out to, you know, be a boat for her. But when you're on that dry guy bluff and they have a really good low, they may not fold it. So you have to be careful. They have no high, but they are going to see the 5th card with a low draw of deuce 3.
yeah.
And that's what you
there
have to
is
be careful
no
of.
low. So Kathy is going to put out a value bet of 125, which I really like because she has the ace of hearts in her hand. So what could Mahesh possibly have? He has to have a hand like the queen high flush that doesn't believe that she has the ace high flush. He was right, but she made a boat. And so if she just pots it, Mahesh is more likely to fold with a little under, I think, half pot bet, was it? She was able to get the call from the non-believer. So I'm actually really impressed by that river sizing because she was able to think about what Mahesh could possibly be calling with and get value from a weaker hand.
That's what you want to do for sure in this game. It's the difference between whether you're up or down in a lot of games is when you do get your hand, get somebody to call you. Sizing has a lot to do with that, you know, and being able to, obviously, like I said, they played together a lot, so she knows Mahesh has a wider range. And you're right, she made a very good bet. The size was perfect for her to make a little more additional money on the river. I haven't seen DH get too much in the action yet. I'd like to see him again. You can see the totals at the bottom.
DH has raised times pre-flop. He is just not connected with the board very well. I have played with him plenty, and he is a fairly loose player. So
Okay.
he will always be getting in there when he can. Sometimes you just are not connecting with the boards that come out in the middle, and
Very much.
then you gotta throw them back in.
It's a tough game to bluff, but I think, you know,
I'm too stubborn. I'll call.
you have to pick your spots.
Oh, we've got Mark Collier in the chat saying hi. Another local Austin player. Hi, Mark. How are you tonight? Mark knows all of these players very well as well. So he will be able to join with us and have his commentary and insight.
Yes. I'm familiar with Mark, and he's familiar with me.
The Mark Collier. Local legend.
I'm not sure about that.
So once again, DH is, I believe he raised,
No look call.
or there was a straddle, but Mahesh has a premium hand, ace deuce 4 with a suit, and so he's raised to 75 to try to inflate the pot pre-flop, and of course the flop comes queen 9-9, which is a terrible flop for a 3-better. The professor has flopped trip 9, and so he's just going to have to bet big there and hope that he has the best hand. But he doesn't really want to see any other cards come off because any overcard could counterfeit his boat, or rather give somebody a bigger boat, and so he's going to bet the pot, and that should take it down.
Yeah, given what we see with no low draws.
No low draws and no other 9s.
Yeah, that
You
should
see
do
Ray
it.
looking at him saying, really,
The
really,
first card I
bro?
saw was a queen.
You have the 9s. But
I was like, oh my god.
That's why you bet. Take it down. Don't let him catch up.
and if he gets re-raised there, or if he gets raised there, if
Merry
somebody
Did you have a...
repots or someone
If he
bets the
raises
pot.
her, I
My
think
first
Diego
card I saw
has
was
to
a
fold.
queen.
Exactly, he
And I
is.
go, oh no.
Because he has
You
nothing
just
over a
pot
queen to
there.
make a bigger boat. And then even if you do, queens is available.
Well, you heard Ray saying, oh, I saw the one queen. I don't know if he looked at his hand pre-flop. Sometimes he'll just throw it in there pre-flop and not look at his cards until he asked
For
it.
sure.
So he saw one queen and was hoping there would be another one, but only one queen, unfortunately.
As of right now, the professor's taking it on the chin, about down 400, while Bill Steel Wheel Nelson is up about 800. So it's pretty even mix. 4 people down, 4 people up.
Man, first thing was a queen that I saw.
It's not a hand. Kathy has a hand I don't mind playing. 2, 3, 5, 6, 6.
Yeah, it's a nice low hand. She wants to see an ace come out. I would rather play it from any other position, just because it can be difficult to play from under the gun, but she just called, and there's going to be a raise. So yeah, it does get expensive to...
Finally, Victor gets in. Just took double suited ace. Oh, no, just a single suit with the 4 as his low.
Yeah. Yeah, Victor will raise those aces a lot, and everybody's going to come along.
Shelly makes the call, too. She's looking for a high hand. Steel Wheel, ace 4. Wow.
I know what flop I don't know.
Mark says we need some $160 straddles. That always makes the game more interesting. And we see Victor has flopped the nut low.
Of course he did.
And a flush draw. And so he is going to pot this flop.
Well, Bill has flopped the nut low as well.
And a better flush draw.
Yeah.
So what Bill is going to do is bet small and hopefully induce Victor to raise with what is a weaker hand. I would have liked to see Bill check this to Victor, who had gotten so aggressive pre-flop. There's no way that Victor can really get away with this. It's just, or get away from this. It's a matter of whether, I was going to say, whether he calls or pots, and knowing Victor, with this, he will bet the pot, try to get the money in.
Can you put the Dodger game on our team?
I would too.
Yes, he currently has
You're right.
a better made hand with the pocket aces, but
Kathy makes a good
Steel
fold.
Wheel has a flush draw, a wrap draw, and an uncounterfeitable low. So there's no way that he can fold this, and I would take his hand every time.
Yes. In this particular spot, I want Steel Wheel's hand.
And now we've got hearts, which is good for Victor. And there we go
There's
with the
the
hearts.
nuts.
Flush over here for the high. You both have ace 4 for the low. It's gonna be a
So in
good
this
bet.
case, Victor is going to get 3/4 of this pot with the runner heart.
Nice hand, Victor.
Nice hand.
That's what you want. I mean, you want to isolate somebody that you have just all the equity in,
Never folding.
or all the equity is in your favor, and it just holds like that with heart, or in this particular case, bigger straight.
Yeah, I'm not sure either player was getting away. Even if Victor just called on the flop, once the turn comes out, he's going to be in there. He would have turned the heart draw with a gut shot, and so the money was getting in somehow, some way.
Oh, yeah, spades?
If you are Steel Wheel there, you
And
might
a wheel draw?
feel like 4 card forever.
Also.
Ew, but that is part of this game where
Man, that is true. He had ace 4 5. I mean, I'm moving there. I'm starting to jam. I'm starting to get it all in with the wheel wrap.
you are definitely getting it all in
And
some way.
Victor's gonna be probably just calling with the ace 4 and aces, and ends up making the nut flush.
I know, right?
So it will be this.
Nice. Good bet. I would have called
Sometimes it is inevitable.
full house. But I would have had the river.
Yes, a lot of times. And it's unfortunate if you're the one getting quartered. But at that point, Bill's got to get Bill's going to get his money in with ace 4 5 and just come out with the short end of it.
And he's being a good sport about it. He knows that
Yeah, he's already had some
the
good
hand
ones, too.
played itself.
I have a chance to scoop.
And he still is having a nice session, even with that hand. It looks like a lot of
Who's gonna get
a lot of the table is
I go,
down
you both have the
small.
lowest.
Nobody is down very
Who's gonna
big,
get
and
quarters?
Victor is now the big winner
After
after that hand.
Of course. Victor always has chips. He can't even spell Big O, and he's winning. My boy.
Matt promised that he was going to roast everybody. So
No,
we are
that's
starting
the
to see
truth. I've asked Victor to spell Big O. He can't do it without cue cards.
I'm not sure I can spell Big O. And we've got 2 sets of aces here, both with 1 suit. We've got Ray and Victor with ace, ace, king, and then a bunch of other hands in there. And Steel Wheel, after that, has flopped the effective nuts. Nobody has pocket 10s here. And he's going to check it and hope that somebody else hits something.
Yeah, and DH is a straight with 7-8.
Yes, and Kathy as well. So we have now 2 straights, and DH has the open-ended straight flush draw. So somebody has hit something. Let's see if anybody takes the bait. And Kathy has decided to bet her straight, and Steel Wheel in position just calls because there's not a lot that could hurt him. and he's going to make a bigger boat and hope that somebody pays him.
Bill is living the dream tonight. And that's exactly why I play those hands. I mean, there's always a high. He makes flops boat, turns a boat, river's a bigger boat.
I think if you're going to play a high hand, that
Yeah, that
king
was a
high
nice,
rundown was a nice one to do it with,
very nice.
because you're going to, if you connect, you're going to connect hard.
Yes. A lot of nut straights with that. A lot of people obviously like to play the suited cards, but in this particular game, I don't have much credence in anything short of the ace high flush,
That is
because all the cards come out. They're being held. There's not a lot of loose cards out there, and so the nut flush shows itself a lot. And so getting caught in with, in PLO, which is similar, has, everybody loves to play these double suited rundowns, but frankly, 9 high and jack high flushes gets you in trouble.
It can get very expensive to be a non-believer.
Steel wheel, another high hand, but he folds. Shelly with a nice aces with a 4. And now Victor's got the high only.
I'll tell you what it is.
Oh, well, he's let that go.
Well, he just had ace, ace, 4. Why play king, king, queen, And this is an interesting flop because Shelly has flopped top set with a flush draw, but Mahesh has a deuce 3-4 with a flush draw, and so he will never be folding. The professor has an okay low, but not much for the high, and so he'll let it go. And we can see the flush has come in on the turn, but Mahesh has made an uncounterfeitable low. So now it looks like Shelly's playing with chips, thinking about continuing. And she does. She goes all in.
I don't think she's very comfortable with a 9 high flush, but in this particular case, it's good.
Sometimes if you know that you're never folding to a bet, you just have to.
I agree. If you're not going to fold to a bet, you might as well bet. Mahesh makes the play with the nut low, and he also has a heart draw. It's 3 high.
And when you hit that low draw with the 3 high flush, you're just hoping that Shelly has the set of aces without the hearts. But she did have the flush. Almost a straight flush, missing a 5. If that 4 was only a 5 or a 10. But they're going to chop this pot.
Yeah, I had a set of aces.
Yeah, Mahesh's hand here, just nut low and a flush. Yeah, you're going to. Shelly's hand's kind of vulnerable. Even though she had top set, she did not have the nut flush draw.
And there she says, I'm either going to have to call or put it in myself because he's never going to
I
fold.
can't fold by hand, so I can either
Who invited this guy? This guy hasn't played in 2 rounds.
One thing that I've noticed is that Big O players love to analyze the hand after the hand.
My favorite is when they talk about how many outs they had. I had 17 outs on the river, and the dealer's holding 3 cards. Like,
I personally had 80 outs, so
it's like he has 3 cards in his hand. How can you have 17 outs? But I understand what they are talking about.
Dante got yelling into my ear the whole session.
Now, Victor, those chips should gather a little dust. He's not going to put them in play too often without probably premiums.
and we have another bomb pot. Let's see what everybody has.
Oh, these are both for the lows here.
All right, so it looks like we want to look at the cards on. Okay, the boards are accurate now. So both boards have a heart draw. I haven't seen anyone with hearts yet. Mahesh has a set of 5s. He
With
has
3 in
3
his
5s in
hand.
his hand. There we go. There's the heart draw from the professor. on both boards with an ace-4 low.
I don't like Queen
Ray not
Jack.
on stream would have
Ace-3 would be the nut low,
What happened to Saint?
Something about this stream.
What happened to Saint?
All my friends are watching me.
but all of the threes, we have pocket threes, and Victor had a 3, so who's drawing to a low here? Just Mahesh drawing to 5-7 on the bottom.
Kathy has a nice hand with top set, but just got to be careful here. There's straights out there, flushes. Mahesh, he's got a set.
Yeah, we've got top set on each board, and Mahesh doesn't know, but he is the only one with a low draw.
Well, since you have them in...
And the turns do not
Well, the bottom looks like they're
pair the
five.
board or bring in the flush draw, so it just checks
Check.
around. But
Kathy makes
the nuts on the river. So now she gets to fire here, and nobody has a 3. So I'm not sure that anybody is going to be able to call her.
No, I don't believe so either.
She bets 100.
She's going to take it down, the whole thing. That is a smart bet.
And that's the thing about making...
The one-way nuts, yeah, especially when it's a full house. You can bet it just indiscriminately.
And there it gets through.
She really didn't have a low.
Oh yeah, the professor was drawing to a live ace low, so another card on top would have given him a
But I got excited when I saw the first
and he
three.
can
I had 3 more
assume
cards to look
that
at. I
nobody
could've
has
had
a
some
wheel
blue.
once it checks through on the turn.
Oh.
So he probably would have felt pretty good. I did miss that, too much going on, so thanks for
You
pointing it
get
out.
like the reverse sweat with the bomb pots.
And you can see not too much has changed there. The professor, DH, Kathy have not been able to catch very much,
Right.
and Victor and Steel Wheel are winners right now. As
Not a lot of
we-
bluffing this game. Most people will bet their nut high. I think when there's multi-way pots, most people will check call their nut low. I don't think people like to lead too much with it, especially when there's 3 or 4 people in a pot, and that's smart.
No, I think from experience, out of the players who would be most likely to bluff would be Mahesh, Ray Ray, Diego.
Yeah.
You actually have a handful of players on this table that will find some good bluffs.
One of the things you
Kathy-
find out when you first start playing too is, you're going to get picked off when you bluff more than you get the bluff through. But you're going to stop betting your ace deuce when that's the only hand you have, because you're going to get quartered so much. You're like, this is not working out for me.
All right, and we can see all of DH's outs on the screen. That was one of them.
That's always the best.
He,
That was just where
instead
it
of
was
Jack, but
the watermelon
he
juice.
did bring in Broadway. So now
Yes.
he's going to catch up on the river with Broadway, and that gives him a set of aces. So he can bet. Oh, he bet so small. He bet 25, hoping that Mahesh would call him with something like a set of
I had 2
aces.
guys jamming their stacks into me, and I was like,
And Mahesh is going to flick it in.
that guy, you don't have watermelon juice tonight. It's okay, I guess.
Once again, a perfect size bet to be called by word. Because if you bet the pot there, it was a very small pot,
Oh,
but
yeah.
you're only getting called by another Broadway. Whereas a $25 bet,
Yeah,
My-
Mahesh is going to look you up with the set of aces.
yeah, he might be curious.
Buy a couple gallons.
Well, folks, this is Uncle T. I wanted to remind you this is the Big O at TCH Social live stream. You got Matt and Amanda in the booth. We're very pleased to have them. Doing a great job tonight. Love to hear your comments. And we also want to let you know that you can play live poker at Hijack Poker. Just use the QR code. We're closing out our first hour. I hope you're enjoying the live stream. I'll pass it back to Matt and Amanda.
Uncle T is also a Big O pro. He just laughed at that and said, fat chance. We're hoping someday in the future.
Yeah, join us at the table.
I went to the
Oh,
bathroom
Victor
and
found a
forgot
hand he
that we
might
had
play,
those
the old double suited aces. Wow,
probably
what a legend.
Cinco.
And he's gonna get a few callers.
Yeah, Mahesh is definitely going to play the deuce 5, trying to flop a set or make some sort of wheel with that.
Everyone here has a pretty
Ray
big
Ray.
Big O hand.
I like to keep Mahesh and Ray Ray in the pots.
That was a little bit of Big O humor. You tend to want to have aces in your hand, and Victor is going to continue with his overpair. Nobody else really flopped
Well, Ray Ray
anything.
flopped a set.
Ray Ray did flop the set. Okay, so Ray Ray is going to raise here probably. Oh, he just calls. Gonna let Victor continue to fire. And now Victor picks up a low draw and the nut flush draw. And so that is a card he's going to like. And he
I
bets
woke up and I was like, oh my god. dude,
100,
my back
hoping
hurts
to
so much,
hit the
but I
river
asked for it.
in either a low or a spade capacity.
Mahesh is calling with deuce 5.
I guess so. I don't know what
No matter
he's
what.
trying.
Even
And
if I
he
drank
got
that
Ray
bottle,
Ray to
like-
fold the set.
I had her once too, and I told her the same thing, and then I had to tell her. I was like,
And
maybe lighten up a little bit.
Victor is actually going to. Nope, there's
good.
4 on the
That's
board.
what
So
I'm like,
Mahesh's deuce 5 is going to be good.
Better than the opposite.
He
Yeah.
I'd rather have two.
got the card that he needed to counterfeit Victor's
up with
low,
that.
and Victor is going to
use up a little bit
bet that
to get stronger.
That's
set of aces, and Mahesh is going to call because you can't get here with deuce 5, hit the ace, and not.
That's a
Fold.
sick river for Mahesh, though.
I know.
Oh, he was so behind.
Like he would know like what I've been doing. He'd be like, oh,
They'll make tough
And-
calls, though. I mean, not everybody can make that call, even with deuce 5.
Next
I
time
mean,
you
it,
don't have it.
it is the second nuts, but when a bet of that size comes in, you're putting, nuts one way somewhere.
That is true.
And when you don't have that high that he really didn't have, it's a tough call to make. So kudos to him.
That's true. I think in Mahesh's case, if you're going to call the 100 on the turn,
That's spade.
once you hit the second nut low on the river, you're in there, and you
Yeah.
pray that there is no.
Yeah, that was a
Straight.
gin card from him because I probably think
Yeah.
he put Victor on ace deuce.
And Ray Ray is laughing. He said, I folded the turn because I thought you had a set of kings, but then you hit your set of aces on the river. So it ended up being a genius fold from Ray Ray.
The last time we played Big O on stream, I was on the stream and Ray Ray folded the nuts to me,
I did see that.
which was a snafu on his part. He was scooping at the time.
I did see that hand. And I think I
But I just get out of here.
yelled at my TV a little bit. What are you doing?
I always forget this.
But it happens. You have 5 cards in your hand. It has happened to all of us. When you have the nuts, throw them back in and then realize, oh wait, I had that hand.
So much disruption.
That's a nice I said.
Just so we're not like
Or the
moving
where
chips
you
back and
split up
forth.
and realize you don't actually have the nuts at all.
Yeah.
Quick cross.
Now we see some more low potential.
Just another
Shelly-
banger for Victor. I mean,
Yes, Victor has ace deuce,
He
4,
wants to
5,
bitch about
6,
it
bunch
so he
of
can
wheel
hit 'em,
cards
'cause he
with a
always
suit.
hits ace
Shelly
five.
has ace 3, 3, 5, 6, and with all this action, she's never going to get away from it. I don't know what that last card is for Mahesh. There is an ace of clubs, so it's possible he has a very nice hand.
You don't have to call. Okay? You don't have to.
Victor, you know that these 3 are calling, so then these 2 are calling.
Yeah, I resemble that remark.
yeah, here comes Ray Ray.
I know.
And so the raise list is set.
He's gonna call. He's gonna call. He's gonna call. And I gotta call.
$400, $420 in the middle already.
And
And
Ray
let's
Ray's
see.
not folding.
Kathy has flopped top 2. Victor has ace deuce, so he has his low draw. We don't know if Mahesh has the ace of clubs. If he does, then he has a low draw as well. Victor has not flopped. He needs a 7 for a high, but that will bring some bigger straights onto the board. So that is, he's going to be a little cautious here.
Yeah,
Ray Ray's going to go all in because he's short stacked compared to the pot.
And he's got top 2, but he's got more potential than Kathy on getting a high. He's got the overcards. He's got a jack and a
That is
king
true.
that he can hit.
If Kathy calls here, her hand is very vulnerable. Even, like you said, the king or the jack or the 9 would bring in a better top pair and maybe some straights. So let's see if she calls or lets it go.
Now we're talking.
Steel Wheel has open-ended, but I don't imagine... Oh, he has a wrap, but he has the low side of the wrap.
Yeah.
So I imagine he has already gotten out. Shelly is already out. And Victor...
Come on, Bill. Play that low-sided wrap one time. Get yourself
That
in
is
trouble.
a very quick way to lose your
Victor's
winnings.
got the nut draw. The nut low draw with a pair. He may give some action here. Oh, but the bet was 420.
Oh, we've got Sam in the chat. Thank you. We are very happy to have you here. Sam is another Big O crusher in the area. Great job, guys.
Kathy repotted. All in for 12-14.
So Kathy was trying to get those
They
low
have the
draws
same
out
hand,
of
and there's
there. And now Ray Ray's going
makes the nuts no low.
Yeah, even with the 10 on the end, Ray Ray's gonna make.
Oh, that's what I was saying. Ray Ray's hand had more potential to make a better high.
And Victor is very glad that he folded because
What is
Hi-Lo
this?
did not.
What is this?
No, it did not.
That's a Ray hand.
What is this? What is this? What is
They already
this?
know they're calling it a Ray hand.
And now we've got V in the chat as
You
well.
play your game.
Hello.
Hello, Victoria.
$70 pre-farm rate. That is still free.
Funny story about Victoria. He was at my table the very first time I played Big O.
I believe it was a mistake.
It was a mistake. I
I
was a brand new Hold'em tournament player, and I went to play poker on Monday night and bought into a Big O tournament, which I thought was just a cute name for a Hold'em tournament. And I sat down at my table, they dealt me my 2 cards, and they did not stop. And I looked like a deer in headlights, and I was like, what is going on? And they dealt me 3 more cards, and they said, this is Big O, and I said I have no idea what that is. And I think V said it's Omaha 5-card Hi-Lo, and I said I don't know any of those words either.
And look what it's turned into for
I know,
your
I
favorite
know.
Victor
game.
didn't raise the top 2.
The rest is history.
Now Mahesh is limping here for 5, or it's not a raise, but now that's a hand that there's no, I mean, if it gets raised, 3-bet to 15, Mahesh should not be playing, honestly, a Queen Jack 664.
That's
Yeah.
not a hand that many people would choose to play, but he has made hands before with less, so we'll see how it
Yeah,
turns out.
100%.
didn't get a sweat.
Ray has top pair with open end, or no, not, but a gutter.
That's true. He's going to bet it. Kathy
Backdoor
has
hearts.
it set, so I don't think she's going anywhere.
No, Kathy has a set of 9s.
It's always tricky in those positions, though, because even though it's a set of 9s, it still is bottom set on this board. You don't know who has come in with aces
No,
or queens.
I want to see the board pair. Quite honestly, that's a good turn for Kathy.
It's a good turn for Ray Ray, too. He
makes
picks
a
up a
diamond
low
draw.
draw and
That's
a diamond
good.
draw.
Yes, both of which are good.
Yeah. So I don't imagine that he's going to fold here.
I don't either, because he still
Oh,
has
that
the
is a
gutter.
big bet.
Top pair, low draw, gutter. Oh, I like it. Kathy betting 180.
And he
This fold.
gets it out. So there is the power of aggression.
Yeah, and I
Kathy
like that
decided
bet.
to.
It wasn't a bad card for her hand, and she needs to make people draw to a low draw they may have picked up there.
And now Ray Ray's talking about all the outs he had. I had my diamond draw, I had a low draw, but I just didn't know if any of it was good.
Exactly. Like you said, the power of pressure.
Sometimes I say money being nice. I go, Ray, I wish you called. I
It's a little surprising though, because I mean I've played with Ray a lot. He will call with less. I think maybe he had a little conscience that felt bad about that last when they had top two and he turned the gutter.
Yeah.
Let her
It
have
was
this
the
one.
gutter. He had all the overcards though, so
He did.
like we said, her hand was very vulnerable and he did hit one of his outs. She needed Victor to get in there with his low draw,
Yes.
which would not have hit, and then she could have gotten a nice side pot.
Ray with another suited ace. Probably get in there. Kathy. That's pretty mediocre. Steel Wheels calling 10 now. Wow, he's expanding his range.
I'm not sure he'll call the 50 though. Nope, it is. That's as far as he'll go. And Victor also folds with his deuce 3-4 hand.
Of course. Victor's already locked it up, and see what he would have done.
And nobody has a deuce here. So Mahesh, who had showed the aggression pre-flop, probably could have taken this one down with a bet. Now he's going to come in and represent the aces. And I think it's going to get through.
Yeah, I do too. I know there's an ace-6 out there, Ray did, but
No, it's just
you've
gonna
got to
get
put
through.
somebody on a deuce in Big O.
I didn't want an ace. I had an ace already.
I think Victor had deuce 3-4, and so he would have had the nut low and been able to scoop the pot. But that is the power of Mahesh raising its pre-flop, getting Victor's drawing hand out of there.
Yeah, but 2-3-4 is not that bad, Victor. You know this. I didn't see your other two cards before you folded, so
I have a feeling to be able to.
I don't want to say that it was terrible.
I can
but
understand the fold for $50.
I'm gonna play it.
I know. Matt
I
is
think my
making
favorite
faces
hand-
at me.
My favorite hand is King Deuce 3.
That is
So-
a nice hand because it is
The ace
very.
comes.
Nobody will see it coming. The ace comes and
You have the
you
nut low
can
draw,
flop the world.
right?
But just in general, in this game, you are trying to play hands that can make both a high and a low. Those are the hands that are going to get you some of
Yeah.
the pot the most often.
Stick with
If
that
you
strategy.
have a really nice high hand, then it is something where you can branch out and play it for sure.
Shelly coming in with just the aces, not really much of a low draw, but they are double suited.
That's true. And she's going to raise and represent an ace deuce hand, hoping that if there is a nice low with maybe a flush draw or a flush, she can bluff people off of a low, or she could just flop the nuts.
You know,
Disregard
that's my
everything
preference.
I said.
That is my preference. I like to play that style.
Just flop the nuts.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then just bet it because I.
If you have it.
Yeah, exactly. Now, that's part of if you raise a lot and you flop that and you flop the nuts, nobody believes you on your continuation bet.
Yes.
But
And she was very aggressive pre-flop. And you see Ray here with the jack high flush, and the king and queen are on the board, so that is the second nuts, and
Yeah.
he is going to be a non-believer and play sheriff, drawing dead.
she's gonna make 125.
He is drawing dead, right?
Yeah. He can't make a winner.
And she's going to continue to bet big, especially now there's a low draw out there, and she doesn't want Ray. She doesn't know what he has, so she's
Right.
going to make him pay for a low draw.
Should work. Rail literally. Oh no, he calls.
He calls.
Second nuts.
Yeah, with the second nuts, and she's going to get paid off. And
There's no low draw, is there?
she has an ace-8 low draw, so she makes.
She makes a low, and Ray just
But Ray did not have
nothing.
any sort of low draw, and so she's going to scoop the pot. She's going to get paid off, and like I said, it can be very expensive to be a non-believer in this game.
Nut, second nut.
I do threes.
Diego folded 3 juices. Diego has 3
I know
juices.
you had it. You already announced it.
Yeah.
Deuce.
I had
Victor's
second
table
nuts
talk
flush.
cracks me up.
Oh my
That's
god.
always hard.
I juice 3.
Four card forever
I
says
do bluff. I do definitely bluff Darius there.
we've got
If
some
he had no tips, I would
poetry.
have folded. Like, okay, I'll take it.
Oh, man.
Always
man.
appreciate.
Is that a
Diamond
haiku?
short stack helps me.
Oh yeah.
In some world, it is a haiku. Maybe not in our world. Beautiful nonetheless.
I talk about this with V very often, that English, the grammar portion of English is not my strong suit.
Okay.
So,
A haiku is 5 syllables, 7 syllables, and then 5 syllables again.
I'm going to try to remember that. Thank
Yeah.
you.
In case you ever need to write a
Hey,
haiku.
don't anybody say that this stream is not knowledgeable.
Yeah.
We all learned something here tonight. I know most of us out there don't know what a haiku is.
I'm actually not the poet in my family. My mom is a professional poet.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Sam is in the chat rooting for Shelly and Kathy, saying this might be Shelly's first live stream. I don't know if it is, but she is
It's
a
okay.
seasoned player.
Yes, very seasoned. Sam knows that. She's played with her
Yeah.
a million hands online.
And
But it's
once
okay
again,
to
we've
root for
got
the testosterone too, Sam.
2 sets of aces.
Aces are very hot tonight. I
Yes.
mean, they've been coming out every hand.
And nobody has an 8. There are 6 players in
That's
this
hard
pot
to believe.
and not a single 8. So Mahesh is going to bet with an overpair and a flush draw, and he
It's probably going
is
to
going to
get
get
through.
it through. Oh, it's not. Shelly is going to. Okay, Shelly has aces, a flush draw, and a low draw, and open-ended, and knows that Mahesh is capable. I don't think Mahesh is going to slow down once Shelly checks it, but that king should not change anything. Oh, all right. Mahesh decides that he is going to slow down, and now I think Shelly's going to snip this out. She's going to put in a bet, a small bet.
Yeah, because an 8 would have bet on the turn.
Exactly, and she's going to represent a stronger hand.
And it works.
It does work.
Pause was good.
Nice
And
play, Shelly.
it's a really nice lead because if she checks, Mahesh can bet his position.
You have one.
So that's
Nice
a really
play.
smart lead with the aces, knowing that Mahesh is capable of just potting the flop without
position.
much of a hand.
Right.
Just betting his
He
position.
does it. He takes down a lot of pots that way. This time.
And so now Shelly has come back. She was down, but between the hand with Ray
I never
and
said
the
I
hand
don't
with
bluff.
Mahesh, she's having a nice session now as well.
And Steel Wheels come back to earth. He's only up 3.
He did have aces.
Victor's probably
lost
going to be
that
up
hand
a
to Victor.
I reckon
1,000
get him off of me.
all night.
Now we've got another bomb pot. Who's excited for the bomb pot?
This is my
He's
head.
having
Why
a
would
In
you
my
roll
head,
eight?
my only
900.
question was should I
Yeah.
bluff or not?
Yeah, like I
Decided
said,
not
so
to.
You
I
should have.
like that. And
Decided not
Kathy
to
is
bluff.
not one to slow down.
She could,
So
she
if
could easily
you're
have
not
a
making
king
a
and
hand, that
find
can
out.
get
Yeah.
expensive. All right, we've got
Well, that's
Bet
what
you
I
didn't
was
have a king.
thinking. I used
a
it.
high top
That I
board
had a king.
Only question
and some Broadway possibilities on the bottom with a deuce 4 would be the nut low draw.
I like when the boards are different. I think it lends better to more hands and play instead of let's just make a mirror so one person can win.
Yeah.
I like when 2 people have to battle.
All right, so it looks like Mahesh has bet here.
DH has ace king. What does Mahesh have?
Not very much,
No.
but he makes the nuts, so now he has Broadway.
Man, a lot of gut shots.
And of course, now he gets to continue and maybe get paid off because of the aggression on the flop. Nobody can really put him on Queen Jack without anything else. So let's see, does anybody have a set here? No. Steel Wheel has the best low draw on the bottom.
With the 4-5.
He hooks you up. He's like, I brought you everything. You need to size do you need? White? I got
TH with the
napkins,
ace king, steel wheel with the ace king, and the 4-5.
So Mahesh is going to get some callers here. Given, let's see, Diego's going to draw to Broadway. He has a Broadway gut shot, but he still thinks his open-ended on because he just put Mahesh on Queen Jack and nothing else. And so he's hoping that a low comes in on the bottom that's going to give him a better low than Mahesh's. And the low comes in, or the low comes in on top.
Yeah.
So now Diego has a queen high straight and an ace 4, and I think he's going to call it off.
Yeah, your low is probably good. I see, bro.
Yeah, and Mahesh doesn't have a low. So the ace 4, well, the ace 4 was better than
The nuts
a low
wins.
anyway. So
Mahesh is going to fire at the top.
So flop the nuts, and then also you probably want to just bet on the flop and get there on the turn. That's a good strategy for this game.
Actually, that's the best strategy, really. Because if you're always flopping the nuts, nobody has a chance to get in there typically.
Okay.
I like to make the nuts on the turn or
Make
river.
the nuts on the turn. What about the river?
The river's the best because that's the point where all the money's in.
Or you can make the nuts on the flop or turn and have your opponent make a strong hand but less good than yours on the river. That happened to me the other day.
Those are few and far between, though, I find.
That's true.
Those are just hand over hand situations that do happen.
Okay.
Trust me.
I'm trying to refine my strategy.
You know, I've been working at it for years, and it's still a work in progress. You know, and Austin's been a big hub for Big O for many years. I mean, we used to play probably, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. There would be 2 to 3 tables going every night, never breaking. You could play Big O 24/7. And a lot of players got good. We've actually been to a few tournaments out of town, me and the professor, and you'll be shocked to see the people from Austin there playing. And we ran deep in a lot of these tournaments. You know, people like to play the game, and they're just not as good as the people in Austin, and I think that's just due to repetition.
Yeah. Yeah, we are running the games a few times. It's not 24/7 anymore, unfortunately, but we have a nice Big O scene here, and everybody on this table is somewhat of a Big O specialist.
Looks like Mahesh has flopped the 15th nut flush, but Kathy's got a 10 high flush, which
And nobody has the nut flush, and so Mahesh can really put pressure on Kathy with... Oh, but Kathy also has deuce 3-4. So
Yeah.
this is going to get nasty because
Kathy's
both
not
have
going to let
hit
it
their
go.
key card.
Oh boy.
So Mahesh is going to get quartered if the low comes. Kathy's not folding.
He's going to get scooped if the low doesn't come.
Yes.
But they are going to get all the money in here. And Kathy's going to be very happy to hear that.
She has it too, with a flush.
There's the 3-4 and the bigger flush.
So finally, Kathy's going to be on the right side of one of these coolers.
She deserved one.
She deserved one. Neither of these players are ever getting away here. We hear the table all saying, "What a flop! Good dealer."
Yeah,
This is for the action stream for all of you 85 wonderful people watching that.
Victor's enjoying it. He's watching the hands. He's not playing much. You know, it's weird, the dynamic of how it plays out. It's like, and you've seen it, you're in seat 5, and for the first hour you're getting hands, second hour you're getting nothing, third hour you're starting to get hands again. You know, it's that ebb and flow.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think in Big O, really a way to be consistent and be a winner in the game is hand selection. A lot of people don't make the wise choice. Obviously, I think the way I play is not
Set on the other
conducive to being just an overall winner. I like to probably win big or lose big in the situations I played. But playing those hands that play both ways all the time, being very solid about that, and folding when you should fold. Folding
and that shit, somebody had a shitty
to me is the biggest way that you become kind of an overall winner. You might fold a winner or two, but you're going to fold a lot of losers that you used to pay off if you just pay attention. And I don't even think you have to know betting patterns so much in this game. It's like if they're betting big, they have it. It's just the way it goes. So making good folds, making good hand selections pre-flop, things like that can make a big difference in your ROI.
It's almost like that applies to any game.
Really does. I think, this is a game where there's a lot of different, cards and moving parts. I still think Hold'em, you can win and not have the cards. There's more talent in terms of bluffing and things of that nature, position. I think PLO, Big O, there's just, certain things that I hold true. I mean, if they're betting it, they have it.
Yeah.
And
A
so,
lot of the times that is true.
Yeah.
And look at this hand for Diego. He has 8-2-3, and he flops a straight and an uncounterfeitable low. He has actually flopped the 4, so every card that is in his hand, no matter what comes out, he will have the nut low. And nobody else has too much here. I don't see any 5/8s out there. And so he's in a really good position. Unfortunately, I don't know if he's going to get much action.
No, he's not.
If they would get better
Because
food or
even
something, right?
Bill's going to fold the ace-5.
He might get Mahesh to call one bet with the high rack. So Mahesh has 8, 9, 10, and can pair one of those cards for a straight. And now Mahesh makes the
He
nuts.
sure did.
And I think that this hand is over because nobody has a flush draw. Diego does have 2 pair, so
Yeah.
a 5 or a 6 will give him a vote.
When we first started playing, I know if people
And
just
there we
Mahesh
go.
with the bigger
Mahesh
nuts.
has the nut straight, and Diego has the nut low.
When we first started playing, or when you first started to get to know some of the players, he was an action player. Not that much of an action player as what he used to be. He used to be in every pot, and he's, I think, from a mix of live and online, learned to back off some. He used to be all gas all the time, just go, go, go. It's funny to see some of the evolution of the players that you played with 6 and 7 years ago when they were just kind of getting in.
Oh, absolutely. Now he's an old man, so he needs to slow down a little bit.
He does. He would certainly be considered more of a nitty player on the nitty side now.
I think they call those old man coffee. He's going to come in soon with his coffee cup.
Yes. Put the headphones on. Don't say a word. Bill's kind of loosened up. He used to be much tighter.
Well, I try to eat healthy.
And Victor's always played the same way.
Between white and wheat, I'll get wheat just because it's healthier. I think white tastes better, obviously.
I'm a fat guy for a reason. I go with the taste.
Are they talking about wine?
Yes. Oh, wow. Victor's loosening up with ace deuce 3. What? What a way to go.
And we've got Mahesh has pocket king, so there will be a king on the flop.
We'll see.
There's one king dead.
Oh, one left. There's one.
Yeah. Shelly has a nice ace deuce with a suit, and she flops trips as well. Victor flops trips as well. And they both have a
The
backdoor
ace.
low draw. So I imagine that
There should be
the
a lot of
will
money
go
going in here.
Kathy has the nut flush draw if she...
She should bow out, to be honest.
And we've got JDK saying that the chips are not locked down yet.
Well, I mean, no, when you have ace, ace, deuce, 3. But
All right, Kathy folds her spade draw, and Shelly is not
I
going
think Shelly
anywhere.
may raise.
She raises.
Exactly. And Victor is only going to call. To
Shelly
me,
also has the spade draw. So
right.
if neither player hits the boat, there are a lot of good turn cards for either player.
Oh,
The
and
6 is a great card for Shelly.
Shelly makes the nuts. Victor has the nut low draw. He's not going anywhere. A 7 would be disastrous for Shelly. As she
Oh,
would,
a 7 would be
she
so
will lose her
nasty.
stack, as Victor will basically have nut. You know, an ace. They're gonna chop.
No, an ace,
Or
an
3/4,
ace Victor
right?
gets 3/4. But it's a 9. It's a clean card.
Oh,
And
that's
I'm
the
not sure
Omaha 9.
So she checks, and
What is
Victor's
she
going to check.
checking?
She was trying to trap him, I think.
Does she know who she's playing? He's never gonna not. He's never gonna bet unless he has, but he may call.
He may call.
Really good turn.
Just, I think,
I didn't like the river.
where we
though.
saw it
The
earlier,
river
Kathy
better
made a
because
nice
it's
little
not calling
sizing to
water.
get a little extra on the river.
Yeah.
I think Shelly could have done that there for 100.
But the 9 does bring in a bigger boat and miss her low. So if she bets small and gets, raised,
Good
she
point.
hates it.
Good point. She does hate
So
that.
I'm pretty sure that she checked with the intention to call a big bet.
You know, it's easy for me to say because I see the cards.
Yeah.
But that is correct.
Always easier to play someone else's cards.
I don't
Certainly.
think you're calling
And someone else's
And
money.
she can't, she does not want to call a raise if she bets.
Yeah.
But, I can see
Everybody
Victor's,
calls this thing. Maybe 10.
he's not capable of raising there.
I would have found out
if she bets out,
I
but-
more on the flop.
I used to, before I played poker in another life, I played chess. And I got to know some very prolific chess commentators. And one of them would always say, it's always easier to play when it's not your pieces.
That's right.
And I think we're seeing that here. It's easy for us to give notes when it's not our money.
Yeah.
When it's our money on the table,
Oh.
it is a completely different story. So moving
Yeah.
on to the next hand here, we see the professor flop a beautiful hand that is everything he wanted. This is just a high hand, and he has spades and a wrap. So he bets.
Steel Wheel also has a wrap. He's not going anywhere.
No, like $10.
He's playing a low wrap, and the pot is small, so Diego did bet big. Now Diego has the nuts with the spade redraw. Victor has a wheel wrap with the spade draw, so he's gonna have to call this off. Diego bets 100, so he's trying to get everybody to call.
I think Ray calls here with the nut flush draw. Oh, no, there's no, I'm sorry. There's not 2 hearts. But he's got the, he's
got a gut shot,
He's got the 4-5
couple
with 2
pairs.
pair.
Steel Wheel gets away, as he should at this point. He's drawing dead against Broadway.
He's got deuce 4, though.
And the spades come in on the river.
Oh.
And Diego is probably, since he's holding the king of spades, the best hand anyone else can have is a queen high flush. And so there you see it. It is a small bet, hoping to get called
I don't think he's
by
going to, but
a lower flush. And Victoria in the chat agreed and said block bet one time.
I don't want to go out there and hit my 100 times. So I need you guys.
Can we get a call from the 5-5 flush?
no,
I don't think so.
not from Victor.
But the
Prove me wrong,
odds
Victor.
he's getting are
Do
so
it.
good. $100 to win
Oh, they're great.
I
$500.
gotta do it for me
Does
and for-
Diego ever bluff the ace of spades here?
Not for 100. He goes bigger if he can't win.
So
Maybe.
just ask
This
me
is
for it.
inducing a call.
I'll give it to you. Wait, that's
Maybe
not-
it's, I know that you know that I know.
Yeah. He'll have to use that next time. Oh, but Victor gets away.
He was never calling.
Who says 1/5 pot is not an effective bluff size?
I have no problem. Doing that for anybody.
but the professor could not get anyone else to call. He had the ace and the king in his hand. He wanted that king of spades to be in somebody else's hand.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate. I prefer when I don't have the top two. Oh, Ravens Jeff making an appearance. He's an avid fan of the Big O now as well.
That is true. I see him on that table a lot.
Yes, he is.
That's great.
He's just a fan of the mixed game. You know, we used to see him play Hold'em all the time. And he's
I saw him outside.
kind of converted to certainly Big O, certainly to the mixed games and PLO.
Yeah, it looks like he's
So-
scouting for
And
his heat.
Yeah.
That he
Anybody wants to
to
get up,
leave
he'll
early.
definitely.
Yeah.
Bill. He wants
I mean,
Bill.
$100 asking for me to call.
Oh yeah, you know.
Yeah. But if I thought you're not calling,
He usually sits there.
$100 I'm not calling.
if I thought you're not calling, $100.
Hopefully, my guy Alfie's watching. I told him I would give him a shout out.
That's
He said he was
true.
going to be. He's more of a bomb pot player.
He is.
But he
he
likes
wanted
the-
a shout out from me too. So
He
hello,
likes
Alfie,
the 4
if
and
you're in
5
the
card
chat.
variety.
Yeah, if he's in the chat, let's get you on a Big O table soon. Come play with us.
Alfie runs very well, and he plays it very well, or well enough that, trust me, I don't believe within TCH Social Austin there's a bigger winner in the bomb pot game
No,
over the last 12 months
no,
than Alfie.
no, absolutely not.
He is a crusher.
I bet 100.
Let's see what we have here. We've got top two for Mahesh. And he
Kathy's
decided
open-ended.
to bet it. Kathy is open-ended, and she has a low draw.
Yeah.
But Mahesh picks up nut flush draw, or Kathy already has a made low, but she doesn't know if her 2-5 is good. Mahesh is going to bet it like he has the ace deuce of clubs, and he's putting a lot of pressure on Kathy, and she's going to fold her hand.
Yeah.
So good work, Mahesh. He was able to apply that pressure and get a better low to fold. Mighty Hammer is in the chat. How's it going? I've played plenty with Mighty Hammer. He has played Big O here and around town. I am not sure if he's still in town. He actually chases hailstorms.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
I've actually, and I've got a few years on you. I've actually never met anybody in real life that chase the weather like that.
Yeah.
But I always think it's very interesting. You know, certainly you see the movies and things
I'm
like
sure
that.
he can answer questions way better than I can, but he's been a pleasure to play with and very fun. Has gotten me a couple of times. So
And now I hate the hail because my car got destroyed in a poker room parking
I have a
lot.
client for you.
Yes. In a parking lot at the poker room, the biggest hailstorm I've ever seen. The whole parking lot got wrecked. It was only good for the insurance business.
Oh my goodness.
Or, I'm sorry, it was good for the window business and the dent removal business.
And Shelly's gonna raise her ace deuce 3 hand.
As she should.
Mighty Hammer in the chat saying that he fixes hail cars.
Oh, well, man. Leave your number. Drop me a line. I've got one for you. Top set for Ray
For
Ray.
Ray and DH has the nut blocker here. So I'm interested to see if he will call and try to bluff if it hits. But Ray on a short stack is not the right customer. So he wisely makes the fold because with 354 behind, even if that club hits, Ray might just say, forget it and flick it in there.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's.
Yeah, so I think deeper,
I gotta not be.
No,
DH
you're,
could have
you're
considered
absolutely
making
correct.
the call.
So that I can go
But
that way.
that leaves the door open for Mahesh to call and chase a 6-high flush draw with a backdoor if
You
those
know,
cards are
And
correct.
Mahesh does this quite often. And the crazy thing is his flush draw is good if it comes to pound out top set of kings.
We have all been in that
Backdoor low.
situation. We've all been Mahesh, where that flush draw comes in. And now there is an ace, so
He's got
we
two pair
are two pair.
and his 3-6
Yes.
is good.
So he really is just looking for a low or a club.
Oh,
And there's the low, so they're
chop it
going to
up.
chop it up.
After seeing Mahesh's hand Ray raise,
I don't mind
taking
a
a
chop.
deep breath.
And I don't have two pairs, then my S7 might be good. If you have 10 queen, just in case you have 10 queen. What? No. Extra chip that was here to the set.
Yeah, sometimes those two clubs and a spade can look like a flush from far away.
They sure do, especially when
Or
you
the
get
opposite. I had a flush the other day and the dealer accidentally rolled the other player. I busted it and he goes ace-8 and it was indeed a flush. So a little unintentional slow roll for my opponent there.
Did you have two aces?
Sometimes in this
standings?
game or in the 4-card game, I don't play PLO, but I play drum pots, and there have been a couple times where I've accidentally rolled my opponent because even I don't know what I have, or I'm so focused on one side of the split pot.
Oh, yeah. You know, everybody's overlooked their hand looking at one side of the pot. That is probably one of the most common mistakes when you're first learning to play. You know, is not seeing a little hidden gut shot come in when you're so focused on the nut low drive.
And Kathy has pocket tens. She shakes her head. She says okay. She likes these pocket pairs to try to set mine. The problem with set mining something like tens is that it's not going to be the best hand by the river a lot of the time, even if you flop that 10. So that is a little bit of danger, but she can flop a boat, so she's going to get in there. The professor he wants to see an ace and a deuce. He gets just the ace, but Mahesh has a deuce 4, so his 3-4 is not going to be good there. Mighty Hammer saying he wants the 4-color deck. I don't have any preference, but I can see that would be really useful for some folks who
Mahesh is
are
not
gonna
afraid
trouble
to
there
call.
and prevent mistakes. Let's see.
Mahesh, you just call it Mahesh, Mr. Backdoor. I mean, he does have a gutter, but
He has the best low draw right now.
yes, he
He has
does.
a lot of faith in his deuce
And
4 a
there
lot of the
he
time.
is. He hits the nut high. And he bet it. He called.
He does, but DH has the same nut high with a nut flush draw. However, Mahesh has the better low draw. So if a non-diamond low card comes in, Mahesh is going to get 3/4 of this pot unless it's a 4.
Right.
Which would be very gross for DH, especially given the night he's having, not
He's
being
not-
able to connect.
He's not thinking about folding.
No,
it.
he's never folding.
Kathy turned a set of 10s.
No, Kathy is thinking right now whether she wants to hunt for that board pair on the river. She also has a jack high straight, which she thinks is no good. Yeah, it's a free roll to the high, but Mahesh is free rolling to the low, so it's gonna feel like a gross spot.
It
And
is.
DH doesn't know that his low is no good. He's never folding there.
Here we go.
So can anyone get 3/4 of this pot, or will we chop it up?
Oh, Mahesh shows a 7 deuce at diamonds.
And nope, it's just going to be a straight chop.
That's such a anticlimactic Omaha 9 on the river.
I
I
know.
say I'm
Wow.
diamond. That's what I was saying.
That's crazy.
DH is going
I
to
just say I
feel
blocked us for your
very
diamond.
sad that his diamond didn't come in. But upon further thought,
Maybe you didn't see it.
he might be happy it wasn't a low card.
No, I saw that's why I was showing the blocked lows. But I still have a low.
I think both would have been okay with a low diamond.
My redraw.
Chop it up. Would have been the same.
Yeah. B says sick turn indeed. But Kathy was able to get away from it, so good for her.
Sick turn is correct.
Load card, load card.
Mahesh makes more hands than a lot of people. He makes hands, whether it's open ender, whether it's a wrap, whether it's a gut shot, whether it's two pair to boat.
Yeah, that's just part of the skill. Make hands.
Yeah.
Make hands on the flop, make hands on the turn, make hands on the river. I don't really care when you make them.
No, and when Mahesh is playing, and if people watch this, Mahesh, they can see that he doesn't have to have it to bet. So if they know him, you know, he's going to get paid off because of his style. Another bomb pot?
Yeah, we're rolling into another bomb pot. We have a monotone board on top, so make sure to... Okay, there's the card. They have fixed it before I even called it out. And an 8 low on the bottom. So an ace deuce is currently the lowest low, but it's very vulnerable if a wheel card comes out on top.
Victor's got a flush, but it's only jack high.
Victor has the jack high flush with
But I
ace
think
deuce.
it's good.
Kathy has the spade blocker, the king high
Yes.
flush blocker, but she's wisely going to fold it because she knows once the low is out there, you can't really use aggression to get anyone out of a lower flush.
She already saw that with Mahesh. Called her down with a 7 high flush.
Yeah, and Victor here is going to continue to bet his flush and nut low. He has the current nut low, and I think it's going to get through here.
Yeah, it should. Nobody else has a flush. Nobody else has nut low.
Shelly has ace 3 low, and she's going to let it go. Once again, being a non-believer, very expensive. And once she sees these cards back, she's going to see Victor had it. So she was really just drawing to a deuce there and not willing to put all
If
the money
Victor
in.
puts $1 in the pot, he has it.
Not always. I think Victor can find some bluffs. He will also take advantage of the situation, but in this case, he
Yeah.
he had both ways.
Just nut, third nut.
I was hoping ace deuce call. Whatever is ace deuce, I was hoping ace deuce call.
So as we go into the next hand, we're about 2 hours in. We've got Amanda and Matt, also known as the good cop and the bad cop.
What?
You're the good cop.
Oh, thank you. I agree.
And the topper.
What do the dealers do? Is it a 2-hour rotation for the dealers in the stream?
I'm not sure, actually. It might be.
Because Dan's been here from the start doing a good job.
Yeah.
Because
He
not the
is
easiest
very
game to
great,
deal.
very consistent. We got to see the numbers a little bit before this hand started, and Shelly is up,
She's killing the game.
killing the game. The big winner so far, up 1,500. So I think she'll be able to continue unless, you know, something bad happens with the cards.
I like little pot builders like
She's had a couple of nice setups.
Yeah, Ray has a nice hand that he's going to raise with. A big
Oh,
low.
Ray.
He's going to flop very well. He has the nut low, and he's going to check it, trying to get someone else to bet. Shelly she flopped the nuts.
With the 5-6, yeah, Ray has the nuts.
And we've got Sean Rice in chat saying, LFG Shelly. Let's go, Shelly. She plays this game as good as anyone. I agree. I don't. I was going to say I don't enjoy playing with her for that reason. I do, because she's very nice, but she's also very scary. I think Sean might play at TCH in Dallas, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he lives up in North Texas. I did see Sean on the Big O Venetian stream maybe a few weeks ago.
Okay,
that I was watching.
I believe I've seen him on some streams as well, so welcome. And on the river, we have Ray making
He's going to make a straight, but it's just no good. He just has the nut low, and
he has the 7 high straight, and
she's got something she's never laying down at 5-6. So
There's over 6 in there.
She's got a straight to the 8.
Yeah, she has to.
You're bordering me.
She's
So that
got-
is going to be a chop
Yeah.
because Ray Ray has only a straight to the 7. Shelly has a straight to the 8.
Yes, chop.
And they're going to point that out and
Yes.
chop the pot.
You play 7, you play 8.
Yeah, you have to play the 3.
Not to advertise any competitors, but I hear that everyone loves the chop pot. So.
I know. I thought that was a 6 too. I thought it, but then I was like, wait, that's 5-5. I think I.
Chop pot.
I think there's a song. You can sing it if you want.
No.
Yeah.
No? Alright. I tried, chat. I tried. Do you want to sing something else for us?
I'm watching the game.
Alright.
I am
You really want to watch the
all sung out.
I don't care.
I'm the white writing.
My voice
I
is
don't want to watch fucking
too many
What if I don't wanna watch
too many allergies.
Okay.
turn off.
You go
Do you ever enjoy good karaoke?
I do. I do. I mean, and when I'm in the room, I do sing a lot. I know a lot of songs, and I'm not afraid to do it. But
What it-
Back in our private room at the
oh,
office.
there's too many. I mean,
I
I've
thought I was
been.
getting
the
quartered. I
opposite
thought I
There's
was
no
getting
go
quartered.
to. I mean,
I didn't have it.
Oh, you
uh,
branched out.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I
gonna
mean,
go
I-
anywhere. So
I didn't know you watched that.
I don't mind.
I watch back home.
I like
basically,
Commodores. Easy
basketball is
like
the
Sunday
only
morning
sports I watch here in the
That's a good
United
one.
States.
is a big one I like
Okay.
to
Only
do.
thing that's
I've done Marvin Gaye's Sexual Healing.
I've
I've
been watching
done
all the playoffs.
I think the chat really wants to hear that one right now.
I've done
I watch
rock
I
stuff,
watch Oklahoma.
whatever. You know, depending on the vibe of the room.
I know, right?
Obviously, people are drinking. It's fun. I don't like to do
not anymore.
Playoff.
ballads or anything like that. I like to keep it. You know, some Don't Stop Believing by Journey.
Get the Alright, Shelly is in there with a suited king, queen, deuce 3 hand.
It slows it down so much.
Not very much by way of lows, but
No.
there you see Shelly flopping the world. She has the nut low with the second
Nut flush.
draw. And Kathy, I think she has top pair and she has the spade blocker. She's going to start betting so she can bluff if the...
Yeah, she has 2 pair.
Is she?
She has a 6.
Well, I'm very interested actually to see because the low's already there. It's not a draw. And so if the spade comes in, I don't want to see Kathy blasting, but she has actually turned the nut flush draw and a straight draw, and so she is going to continue to bet, hoping to fold out some other high hands that have equity.
Right. Nobody made.
So Shelly's basically going to be free rolling here, and Mahesh is going to be in.
He
He
made the
has a
straight.
made 9 high straight
Yeah.
with the queen high spade draw. And Kathy makes a boat on the river. And so she is probably, that's a great card for her. She's going to get paid off by Mahesh. And
Yeah, but for me, I used to put no limit, so I could push off the guys that are still.
I think she's going to get paid off by Mahesh.
I don't
Shelly's
know.
hoping that she's not getting quartered here. She thinks through all of it, but
Yeah, she's calling.
I think she'll find this call.
but no more than that.
It's only
And she's not too worried about Kathy because Kathy only has
$400 into 600.
and Kathy has 127 back, but she is probably worried that if she makes this call, I mean, if Mahesh only has 585, then you just put it in.
Oh, she might lay it down.
You know
That's
what?
a folding face.
And if she does, it's true. That's true. If she does, that's not bad. I
It's
mean,
not bad.
you have to fold some winners.
Oh, she lets it go. If Mahesh makes the call, she's going to be sick.
Very much so. Oh,
But Mahesh
Kathy
lets
gets
it go.
it through. She deserved one. She's taken a few tougher ones.
So now she, good on her. She gets the whole pot instead of just half. And
Yeah.
you hear Shelly saying, I think I'm getting quartered. She was not here, but being able to make those folds is going to pay off long term.
Very much so.
In this case, nobody else had the 2-3. No one else had the nut low.
Whether or not Kathy has these.
But you can still see Shelly, the big knight, Victor, and Steel Wheel also up a little bit, and everybody else down a bit. Everyone looking to bounce back. Kathy was down $900 at one point, so she has battled back quite a bit.
Yeah, DH is what got the caboose.
He's
Down
throwing the
536.
party right now, down $500, which all in all is not so bad for a game
Nobody's
this
really
size.
hurt in this game.
They're all just donating a little bit to Shelly.
Yeah, it's true. Victor with the 2-3, called 10. Ray, suited ace 3. See Mahesh in his high only. I like it.
Victor's just won your heart a little bit.
No, Victor. I mean, he's played the same.
And you see
since I've known him.
Kathy has flopped the low wrap, the wheel wrap, and she's gonna just go out and bet it, hoping that she can make a made hand like Mahesh's top pair fold.
I like King's fold. Mahesh is just in there with the jack, hoping for another high card. Man, that's not a good card for Kathy's hand, but
Not
I think
good
if
for
she
her
bets
hand.
it, I think if she bets it, she takes it down.
But Mahesh once again is a non-believer, and there we go. She makes the wheel on the river, and this might be what Mahesh was putting her on. Mahesh has a lot of experience and
Right.
knows that an ace 4-5 would very much like this flop, and so he's going to see the 4 and assume that
wheel
Kathy
is
has made a
there.
hand. And there he goes. He lays it down.
And I forgot where I was, and I just left it right there.
Kathy making some hands now.
But good for her. She saw all the potential of her hand. She also flopped a backdoor flush draw, so knew that there were a bunch of cards that would make her happy. And she was luckily able to catch one of them on the river. A lot of times it doesn't come, and then you feel so cheated.
Weed candy. Weed candy.
And then you yell at the table and say, I had 56 outs. And not one of them showed up.
Ew, common.
Hitting the turn is not hitting the river. I'm hitting the turn, but
You order a drink just
when I
to
fold, oh,
throw it on the floor, flip the table.
These tables are very sturdy here. It's going to take a strong person to flip any of the tables in this particular room.
That's true.
They are
But
tough.
poker players are on a wellness kick right now. Got a lot of very strong.
They're on a kick every. Poker players, little known fact, I believe, discovered cryptocurrency, as that's all they used to talk about.
Discovered it.
No, but that is all they talked about. Crypto. Does anybody got crypto? Bitcoin. I like DH's hand, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
It's your favorite hand.
Well, it's not my favorite, but he's uncounterfeitable right now.
If the low comes in, he will have it. Mahesh has flopped a gutter and a flush draw, which is his favorite type of hand. Just anywhere where he can catch something unassuming and get paid off. He's going to try to get the money in the middle. And Diego looks at his ace deuce Broadway hand in disgust.
Yeah, Mahesh just wants a 10.
What does DH have in terms of high? Well, it doesn't matter now. DH
DH
has the low locked up, and Mahesh has the high locked up. And that's going to be the end of this. And Mahesh also, with his diamonds, has turned a set. So even if the board pairs, he makes a decent boat. They get all in.
I can beat your low, you can beat my high.
And
Doesn't matter.
chop the pot, dealer.
Nobody wants
Yes.
you cannot beat.
I see.
No, yeah, he has that.
Yeah, I know.
He has a pass 7. Okay, that's a
Mahesh
$100.
kind of had it all there.
That's a $100.
You do have a pass.
Mahesh had it all in terms of the high.
Yeah.
DH had the low locked up.
You get paid more on the other game.
Standard, just betting for no reason.
Very rare.
But you don't know that, so you got to do it.
Number
Second
2.
night. Second night.
But that pot
But
was
I have
destined to be
lost
chopped.
with 7 for a better 7 twice.
Nice.
The whole time I played
Sometimes I play.
I'm not hearing a lot from DH, so it's good that he got in there. Bill's kind of taking a little back seat. Diego, a.k.a. Professor, needs to step in here. Start playing
Teach
some
us all
hands.
something.
Just play a few. I know they're bad. Show us how to play a bad hand.
Yeah, we're almost.
I dare you.
Is that the subject of today's class?
Yes. Take one down without having it.
No, when it gets practice.
Every poker player needs to have that in their arsenal.
I'm just trying to relax a bit.
That's true.
I don't
And we've
like it. I'm
seen
hearing the
Mahesh
turns and
do that
rivers.
in position. He
A
has
lot.
bet
If I call, it
his
won't come.
position. If nobody has
That always
it,
happens, right?
just
When you call,
take it
it
out.
won't go.
All right, so we're going to roll into the next hand. We see Ray Ray just call with
There's
an
some days you have
8-5 hand. And we're going to go to a flop for $10. I'm not sure if there was a straddle, so it might have just been a
How is there
multi-way
no
straddle
raise with these
hand.
hands?
I don't know, but Steel Wheel has flopped everything. He has your favorite hand, almost, King, King, Deuce, Wheel card, and he's
Oh.
flopped the second nut low and the nut flush, and there's another club.
Just
and
as
so
I say, we haven't heard from him.
yeah. And he's going to bet hoping that someone will call. And if we have seen anything, Mahesh is going to call with his second nut flush.
100%.
And the professor also turned a set of jacks. So now Steel Wheel gets...
Well,
No,
bets-
he doesn't get counterfeited because he still has a live deuce. So he's playing 6-5-4 deuce ace. And nobody else has a live deuce. Mahesh is still going to call, and Steel Wheel is going to scoop this pot. So really good bet size, really good line. I think he could have gotten a bit more value out of Mahesh, who was already calling with the second.
You can't
with
fold.
the
You got the
second.
nut. Can't fold. You can't
So
Yeah.
in that case, if you're against an opponent who doesn't like to fold, you might just want to go for value. Go for full pot.
The pair.
But I see what he was trying to do. And
That's
he
for sure,
got paid.
because you never know
The nuts, and then the river. You get river.
when they
You ever
have,
having days
you know,
like that?
obviously Mahesh is putting him on the nut low or something like that. So
I didn't
he's
want
going
to
to call with a
that
second
way.
nut high.
You gotta call. You gotta call. You're the nuts,
Deuce was
and you get river.
It just gets beat to death.
That is the worst when you play perfect and you get river.
All right, so we have hijack poker, play poker online and earn real cash. You can get $20 with the referral code TCHL20. So go to hijackpoker.com. I got the thumbs up from Uncle T. He approves of my advertising.
He's only played 12 hours. You have to leave.
And after that hand, Steel Wheel is back up with a nice little profit. You can see he's up $414 now, and now Mahesh is throwing the party at $755. And Shelly's still our big winner. So we're gonna roll right into the next hand.
Yeah, whoever can do it the fastest.
Mahesh has the highest ceiling of all the players here. He can run it up.
I have seen Mahesh leave these
And
games
so-
with a
Yes.
humongous
The
stack.
way he plays, he's got the highest ceiling, but he probably has the lowest floor too. He can probably lose the most. So this is just high variance, which I think is enjoyable to watch.
It definitely is. You want
And
Hi,
we are
Marion.
watching a little 125 Big O here tonight.
125 Big O.
Well, the 5 bring in.
Yes.
One of my friends asked me if I was going to
And
be
you see
going
Kathy
this
here
year
with
in
an
December, but
ace 3 forehand. She pairs 2 of her low cards, which is not something you want to see. You really don't want to make 2 pair in this game. If you're a hold'em player, you think
No, it's
2
very
pairs is really
irritating.
good. It's annoying when you have a nice hand. You just want a deuce, and instead you get 2 pair.
And Mahesh will go ahead and play this because he has
the
a
first time
set.
I'm at a table, someone says pot
And
Whoa,
as
that's
per
an apple in the
usual,
face.
it's not a slow play. He's leading right out.
And Ray Ray has a low draw.
The deuce 4, you have to charge him.
Not a bad thing.
One thing you need to do in these games is make people play at your price, not their price. So you charge them if you think you have the best hand at the time. I don't like the check calling because
It
you're
has to
just
be a
letting
frequent.
somebody set their price to play their hand to hit a 5 on you. So somebody has, so Ray Ray hits the wheel, or let Kathy hit the jack to have the nuts. So Ray Ray has the nut low, so
Yeah, Ray Ray has the nut low, and both players pick up a spade draw. The Hesh's spade draw is better, and so in all likelihood, unless a offsuit 5 rolls off,
oh, and Ray just got counterfeited. If Mahesh needs to bet here,
Still good.
he was all in, I believe.
oh,
They got all in on the turn,
I was hoping this.
and that is a case where maybe not just
I got the nuts to count.
betting whenever you have a made hand, because imagine they got to the river and the deuce rolled off, and then Mahesh decided to play it then. I mean, of course, at this point he doesn't know that Ray Ray doesn't have 4
Right.
and 5,
no, that's.
but with a different set of cards,
And then he's like,
If he was deeper, he could have bet
he could
something on the
potentially
river.
get Ray Ray to pull.
Yeah, deuce on the turn or pair the board on the turn, either way.
But a set of 10s is a fairly vulnerable hand, and so I don't mind a line from either Mahesh or Ray Ray.
No, I don't either.
So they're just gonna chop up the pot again, and we will.
I think Mahesh has to go for it with the 7 turn that doesn't make it straight. You've got to start getting your money in, and hopefully, nobody has
that's
the
why the game broke.
nut low draw. They had it, but
Everyone get the bounce at the same time? Okay. All right. We need to do a proper one next Wednesday, okay? Nobody gets to leave. Nobody.
I heard them talking about props a little bit. Last week, I was playing very small props, so it was not at this game. I was playing $5 props, non-progressive, but I got quad aces in my hand.
and it was you only got $5.
I got $5 from everyone.
Man, I've been at games where they do play props where it's like obviously starting at 20,
AJ, who's the
where
big winner?
it's trips,
Who's the big winner?
straights are 30, flushes are 40, full houses are 50, quads are 100, stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I got my $5 from everyone, and then I was also able to win the pot by bluffing on a high-only monotone board because nobody else could have the nuts.
I knew of a game where a person showed up, said, yes, I'm in for the props,
You guys where? You guys where?
and got dealt a steel wheel, their first hand, and made like 3,000 just from the
Okay,
prop.
if I
Did they
went
leave?
there, the game wouldn't break.
No.
All right, Mahesh here is going to flop the second nut, low draw, and the dry ace of hearts flush draw. So he is the blocker, and he's just going to make the wheel on the turn. So that is a great card for him. However, Ray Ray also makes the wheel, and DH has a
Oh my jelly. Oh my jelly.
gut shot. And so let's see, DH is the only one with clubs, but I think he'll get away. They're only second high clubs, so most likely Ray Ray will call, and then Mahesh is going to be trying to strike 6 on the river.
I mean, is it just me? And be honest, but I mean, Mahesh has made a lot of hands.
Mahesh has made a lot of hands. Sometimes you just make a lot of hands.
Well, when is that my turn?
And the trips come in for Mahesh, but he already has the wheel. He has no friend. And he will complain about not having a friend probably. He'll say, I have the king, but no friends.
Yeah.
I thought you had 3/4. I needed a 6.
There he goes.
I go, you have a king, you win. I needed a 6. I always
He
think
needed
No,
a
he
6.
wanted the 6.
Oh, yeah, for the higher
For
straight.
the higher straight, yeah, a 6 would have been a gross card.
That's why they
That would have
raise
given
it.
Mahesh 3/4 of the pot. But once again, we can see these plans coming into place. You know, Mahesh bet the $50 on the flop with the ace of hearts, probably intending to do something sneaky if the heart came, especially a high heart.
No wonder he goes to the lodge. We gotta get him over
Bomb pot
here.
coming up. $10 bomb pots, so 80 in the middle.
Nice turn there for you. Yeah, it's a 3. Oh shit. Nice turn for both.
I'm kind of surprised Mahesh didn't hit a 6 there.
He can't make every hand.
No, and the funny thing is he's made a lot of hands, but he's played a lot. He's down the most. Him and DH are basically down the same amount. Nobody's really getting any hurt. Shelly's lost a little bit from
Well, it's
her
very
high.
expensive to make a lot of second hands. So there have been times where Mahesh has made the second nut flush or the second straight.
Yes.
And that is something that can cost you a lot of money in this game.
Double board, ultimate as usual. You know, I have been to Big O games where they play each board as an individual board, and you have a high and a low on
I've
both boards.
heard about that. That, I can
Terrible.
imagine, takes a ton of time to sort out the pot.
Yes.
We have ace 8 would be the nuts on this board. Ace is full.
Does anybody even have an ace?
Steel Wheel
Steel
has an
Wheel
ace
does.
and is going to bet it. He has a couple overcards to the 8 and a low draw, and that is just going to take it down. I saw a deuce 3 low draw full, but you don't really want to draw to half the pot. And so I didn't see who has deuce 3, but good fold. You're just putting money in there to hopefully get it back or to pick up a little bit of dead money.
Right.
You can lose a lot or win a little. That is not the recipe for success.
There's only $35 in dead money in there. What are we moving into? Hour 3 now?
We are moving into hour 3 of our Big O stream, and we see a dealer change. We have got Jesse coming into the box.
Jesse's one of the best.
Jesse is one of the best. Jesse has played our Big O game.
Alright, that's some cooler. Okay.
He used to run as well a 08 game,
Yes.
or card variety, a limit
You
game.
get cooler, you get cooler, you get
I
cooler.
played it one time and ran out of money before I won a hand.
I know. Jesse in this
Jesse actually has some of the best mechanics for dealer in the room.
He will rock the world.
I mean, he really does.
And a great ponytail.
He's always had that. That's been a day one. Before I knew Jesse before he worked at TCH, and we used to play mixed games a lot. And he always had the ponytail.
I bought it earlier today and ate one of them, put the other one in my purse.
But the best dealer at TCH is Victoria Lynn. That's my vote.
Oh, I'll vote for her too.
Working.
Is it wrapped?
That is what they call the right answer.
That's so. Very true.
All right, and it looks like we have the 10 and the 20 on. So we've got 1, 2, 5 bring in, and then Ray has straddled for 10, and Kathy has straddled for 20.
No bring in on the straddle, so it's just 1, 2. The first person under the gun can straddle the 10, and then it moves from there.
So not quite Mark Collier's $160 straddles, but
Nope, I've seen them. Been a part of several. Not a lot of premiums here.
no. Victor's actually going to have the best flow, but he has to actually get to showdown, and it
Yes.
doesn't look like Mahesh is going to let him get there easily. He's going to bet his open-ended straight draw, and he's going to get called by Ray Ray with top and bottom pair. So I don't think, yeah, Victor's already out of the pot. We have,
Yeah, Victor's never calling.
and let's see, Mahesh hits a pair. That is a 6. So Ray Ray now has a flush draw, and the flush comes in. And does anybody? Mahesh has a live 5, and he's going to win this low with a live 5.
That's a big one. $21 each. You know, and I had
Yeah,
such
they
high
took
hopes.
the straddle money.
I had high hopes with the double
With
straddle.
the $20 straddle, we got a $40 pot.
I don't mind y'all.
So disappointing.
Having fun. PLO's in the game.
Neither of you bet that board or call that board without an ace.
I was the straddle.
One thing that I heard called out on another TCH Big stream was that there is not a lot of tanking in this game. Everyone is making their decisions relatively quickly because
They're experienced players.
Yep, they're experienced players. They have played this game many times. They know in a lot of situations the cards they want to see and the cards they don't. So we haven't seen any several minute long tanks, and we're already on hand 42, even in spite of there being 5 cards to deal.
True. Less hands.
Less
Mahesh
hands, but
raising to
not that
20.
many left for lack of post-flop tanking. Mahesh is going to
Oh, just
call
called.
another double straddle, it looks like, and Ray Ray has ace deuce 3 with a suit and a queen. He's going to bump it up to 110 and probably get 2 callers. The professor has a nice hand. He wants to see a deuce out there. Mahesh is just going to flop trips.
Of course. So
So
Mahesh does.
both the professor and Ray Ray hate this, and they know Mahesh is always betting this in position, but this time he has it. Ray Ray is having a hand funeral. He's saying, my hand is so pretty. He says, how much is it? He's gonna...
No. Brought it back to life.
Oh, no.
No
Ray Ray,
funeral
let
yet.
it go.
I mean, what is he hoping
Oh,
for?
and there is the diamond. So Ray Ray has the diamond draw and a gutter. So what Ray Ray needs is a non-board pairing diamond. He hit his diamond and now he's folding. He wanted a low diamond. But that's a lot to
He
ask
just
for.
gave away money on that one.
Yeah.
Gave it away.
Yeah, you gotta be able to fold
That
that.
hand should fold on the flop all the time and just. We've all been there, you know. You wait, and you get a beautiful ace deuce 3, and
First time I potted,
you flop.
and the flop's like that. I knew it was going to get putted.
But it happens.
3 times when I've raised pre-flop, I never got the... Always, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, right? Like,
But the
I
low
might go
only
out
makes,
there. I
what,
might go out
60%
there
of the
for a
time?
little bit.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so when it does not, you're gonna have to let it go. That's why Matt over here likes to play high hands, because there is a high 100% of the time.
100%.
Even I am learning.
It's weird. Mash is calling with a hand that I would never play.
So the
4
thing
cards
about,
between a 5 and a 10.
yeah, you had mentioned that before. The thing about those hands between a 5 and a 10 is that even if you make the nuts, like you said, you're making 8 high, 9 high, 10 high straight, and there's gonna be a low on the board.
Right.
So you're trying to get your high to hold, even when there's a low on the board that somebody else is going to get. So a high hand, those Broadway cards, you're gonna be scooping the pot, as opposed to a hand, a middling hand, where you're really only trying to make half. And we see here, DH has flopped top set with the nut club draw.
He's got a
He's
very good
inclined
hand.
to be very aggressive in these spots. Or Kathy is going
Full
to
wrap.
bet her wrap. So once
400.
you get let into, DH can just try to get the money in.
Yeah,
If there was no lead, I would have liked to see a smaller bet because he has so much. What can anyone else be drawing to?
I'm interested to see if they run the equities on the. I mean, Kathy has a big hand.
Kathy
With
has a big hand.
The backdoor nut low.
Backdoor nut low, backdoor nut flush.
Yeah.
King is wow.
Now
But
it's dead, but the low is there, and she
and she
chops
goes
it
runner,
up.
runner, low to chop it. And she says, "Phew." She knows that she got away with one because she was really drawing for almost half. She needs to hit, and she needs to hit in a non-club capacity.
Yes.
So if I were in that position, I would not be inclined to be so aggressive with that wrap without the club draw.
Yeah.
But there she goes. She shrugs. She says,
Well,
I have the chips, and we move on.
Yeah.
I probably would have done what she did with that, you know, trying to get somebody off the clubs. You just happen to run into top set and clubs, which is like, how can they have that much?
Lifeline after their look is the club set.
Mahesh, oh no, Ray Ray's taking the lead for down. Professor's down. Shelly with the ace.
Shelly
Aces
has
again.
ace 4 with a suit. She's going to raise so that she can continue to fire if any sort of draw comes in. If the aces or the spades come in. Steel Wheel has ace combo, but not a great one. He has a suit, but those 7, 7, 8 cards are not ideal. So let's see. Shelly has the blocker to the diamonds and a passable low. Okay, she checked. I could see either a check or a pot size bet here. You never really want to bet small and let everyone come along. And she's just going to let it go. And now the hearts come in. So now Bill likes his hand a lot more. He has the
Nut low
hearts.
draw, nut hearts, gutter.
And Ray Ray, who... Ray Ray did not bet the flop. I think Mahesh bet the flop. I can't remember. No, Ray Ray did bet the flop. So he bet the flop and he picked up a wrap. So after you bet the flop, you gotta continue there.
Yeah,
But Bill is never folding with the nut low and
No.
the nut flush draw. And a gutter. A 6 would do it as well for Bill. Mahesh is open-ended, but he doesn't know that his 6 is dead. So he is really drawing to a queen or an ace, and it can't be a red card. He is drawing to a black queen or a black ace.
He'll still do it. Oh, he gets away.
Keep it high. No low card.
And Ray Ray says, keep it high, and it is exactly the card he did not want. Bill now has the nut flush draw, and he's going to bet
You don't have the draw. He's got it.
about half. He has the nut flush, and he bet about half pot, hoping to get called by the exact sort of high hand.
Coming across in the Delaware.
Maybe the second or third flush. He knows that an E3 is never folding. And Ray Ray said keep it high. And Ray Ray is fine to be honest with that sort of information.
Setting up America.
He never lies. He's
No.
great.
Two pair. And then the open and straight draw.
No, some players will say keep it high if they have all the low cards, but Ray Ray is not one of
First draw,
those.
open end, and
He
two
means
pair.
it. And now that was a relatively big pot. He fired 300 on the turn, so now he's going to be stuck the most,
Did you
almost
have-
down
did you
1,000,
have-
so he's going to try to battle back.
Oh, auto strap.
And Bill now up just as much.
No.
He's back over the 1,000.
Back over. After losing that pot to Victor, where he got quartered with, they both flopped the world. Victor is going to call with deuce 3, 4, 5.
Well, Mahesh with the
Ace, ace,
deuce.
deuce. Yep.
Ace, ace, deuce.
Ray Ray will get in there. Why not? King, queen, jack, 4, 4.
I thought I'd get you to fold in a two pair flush draw on the flop. But I got you. It's still a low draw.
Let's see the case ace.
Nope. No jack tens though.
No jack tens.
No flush draws. What do we have? Two pair top two for Mahesh instead of the aces? That's enough for him to bet. You'll hear from the jack 10. Low draws are all backdoor at this point. Insignificant.
And once again, we're seeing the power of aggression and the power of position. Mahesh is going to bet his two pair, and it is the best hand, but he's also just going to win that nice pot that he built up for himself pre-flop.
Needed a 10 for the nuts.
And we can see that even without top two, that is a bet that would have worked. Nobody had anything.
No.
And so that is where Mahesh really makes his money. You can see he was down $600 or $700, and he's now only down $200 from just trying to be in every single pot.
He battles. He battles hand after hand after hand.
All right, we are moving into the next hand. We see that DH has a very nice single suited ace-ace 3-4 combo. Shelly has the ace 3-4 as well, so we could see both players are looking for a deuce, but you can see a couple of deuces in Mahesh's hand. Maybe with ideas of representing one later. DH has the dry ace of clubs. And Ray must have pocket queens because he bet the pot. And I would guess here that he has pocket queens. DH is going to call, looking for a low.
You fold, Diego?
Yeah.
Flush draw and top two.
He has top two and a flush draw, so queen 7, and he makes a both. So Ray has the high, almost blocked up. An ace would give DH a scooper, and there's a 9 on the river, so DH is going to get scooped here, and that is the danger drawing.
I mean, for $15, you get that.
I didn't think there was any action left for 10.
And Ray's gonna get the double up there.
You see, you're doing this.
That's gonna be a nice pop.
That's why
So,
I was like, I hope you only have 10 queens. But that time you had
unfortunately,
not
the
bad.
ace
I'd rather
ace
be
3-4
cheesy with bad cards.
was not able to
Good
improve.
flop, I don't get
Way
it.
to win the hand.
Right. Absolutely.
But we've all been in that position where you get a premium starting hand and you flop the draw. You want to get whatever happens to dead money in the middle.
Whatever you play.
Oh, I love my hand. I love the flop. Oh,
Okay. Let me know.
I got top two. I got a flush draw.
You hit a boat?
Yeah, right away. I called it to everybody. Right in the window. If he had 300 left, before they were all in, and then he hit.
We see Mahesh here with a hand that he will be raising. Ace 3-4 with a suit. If we know anything about Mahesh. Oh, no, he just calls. I don't know anything about Mahesh. But the professor will raise it right up with ace deuce 4, 5, 7 and a suit. Ray also has some ace deuces. And
When you play your game, you do good.
Yeah, when I play that.
given that the professor has been relatively card dead, the others are going to get out of the way. And what a flop.
Jesse would do that. 666.
We hear Diego, the professor, saying only Jesse would do that. And Ray's going to go ahead and bet his quads and get a call from Mahesh with a pair.
I must have did it 4 or 5 times.
I was going to say I might have preferred a slow play here, but he has the non-believing customer. And so if you have the customer who's not inclined to believe you, might as well bet it, but Mahesh lets go of his hand.
There's no more low card. I gotta have it all.
And the low draw, the quads.
He says he was just searching for a runner under low.
4-6 and he fouls quad. You can use low.
You need to research and pay attention to earthly problems. That's
You'd rather have that. Flop quad.
It's always a great feeling to flop quad. It's even better if you can get action on it.
Oh, I mean, it's so rare. And
A low might come.
if you
But I
flop
had
them,
that low.
obviously, typically nobody had anything. You're the only one that's got it all, so you're gonna have to slow play it.
Yeah, but you have some non-believers here on this table. So he was able to get one street of value.
Nice.
I actually flopped quads in Hold'em the other day.
Did you get value?
I got a little bit of value. The turn and river were both aces. So I had quad fours against aces full,
Oh,
but the
that's-
aces full only had $40 behind. So I got his last $40.
Nice. I
Oh.
fought quads in PLO one time. Did not win.
Oh no,
That was a tough one.
the danger of PLO. All right, we've got some kings on the board. We have spades. Ray has the nut spade draw with the second nut low draw. We have steel wheel betting with his nut low draw and wrap on the top. And DH has a set on the bottom, really a mirror with ace deuce. And let's see, that didn't really help anyone. We have a spade on the top, so now Ray has that draw on top. And still a gutter.
Yeah.
Mahesh is open-ended with spades.
Steel wheel's got the wrap, not low draw. I mean, he's not gonna go anywhere.
He is betting it. He knows that he is going to make a hand with mostly any card on the board.
DH has got that set of fours, which is very dangerous. But he's got the ace deuce with it on the other board for a possible low, and it's reasonable. I think it was only 50. Oh, the 3-5.
That is a bad card on the bottom for Steel Wheel. Ray is going to make Broadway here, and 3-5 is going to be the nut low. Nobody has it. Who has the best low here?
It might be Ray with 8-5.
Ray has an 8-5 low. And DH is going to bet with ace deuce on top, so that's going to go to the 7. Steel Wheel is going to fold, and Ray is going to call with his 8 low and Broadway. And DH is going to be very lucky that Ray doesn't have any other low card to go with his 5.
Right.
Not folding, but I don't know if I should.
Ray thinking about raising with Broadway. When most people say they're not folding, though, they don't raise. They typically just call, which is probably what he'll do.
Yeah. 4 card forever pointing out Steel Wheel and DH both had a 7 low on top. And Ray is going to put it all in.
Oh, he did raise.
It is a good raise, but
a
it
great
looks like
raise.
DH called it off, and
He folded.
they folded.
Yeah.
He said he can't call, so he was trying to bluff and then maybe realize that a better low came in on the bottom.
Yeah, because I mean, 3-5 is the wheel, beats them both high and low.
So look
That was
at
a
that.
good raise. Good raise.
Just about $100.
I'm sorry, he's in the green?
Just about I don't know, I did it.
Nice.
I thought I had a low. You had the wheel, that's why he folded. I thought I had the low also. What did you did?
We've got Greg Vale in the chat saying, hey everyone, great stream. Can't wait to come back to Boston and play in this wonderful venue again. Let me know when the next one is and I'll plan for it. Good luck. Thank
We will
you.
let you know, Greg.
Thank you for joining us, Greg. It's very nice to have you.
Just under
I have watched
right?
many streams that Greg Vale has commentated and hope to use him as inspiration over here at TCH Social in Austin. We'd love to have you back.
What does he drink it? I'll buy him a drop.
No, he got too fucked up yesterday.
There we go. A couple of mediocre holdings.
We've got some holdings that Greg Vale would not probably choose to play from these
He
positions.
would play Shelly's hand, though.
He would play Shelly's hand. We've got Shelly with a suited ace deuce and a handful of Broadway cards.
I'm not sure if they've picked up on it, but every time Shelly's in the pot, she just has a monster.
And we see Shelly flopping the low draw with top pair, but Mahesh is going to bet it with the low wrap.
There's no low yet.
Ace 3, 4, 5.
Oh man, how much
Yes.
is that? I gotta play like Ray. I got you.
So Ray,
He's got the 4,
he
5
said, I
as
gotta
well.
play like Ray and put the money in the middle.
With top pair.
And Shelly's gonna get in there with the low,
Of course.
as she should. And now she picks up
The no
The-
flush draw?
flush draw as well.
That's not you.
No low draw? That really didn't hit anybody's hands.
100%.
This should check through. Low
Shelly
does not
knows her
get there.
stuff. She sure does.
And
Mahesh
Mahesh
is
makes it.
going to take this pot with kings and sixes.
Nobody bets it.
Ace king. Nice.
If I thought I could get you to
Yeah,
fold
river.
ace king, I would have bet.
Shelly says, if I thought I could get you to fold ace king, I would have bet. And she knows that she has the worst customer to try to bluff off ace king. Mahesh has been playing the pairs all night. And so Shelly
night.
Mahesh, you had this.
probably smartly,
I had a jack with
intelligently decides to give up on this
I
pot.
get the low.
sure.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's just shown too much action.
Nice.
Probably just should have got a count.
Ace king's good.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody has tried to bluff Mahesh twice.
You still thinking about it?
Yeah, it was really stupid.
Right, you're
Alright,
right.
what about?
I have to do it on the turn.
I tried. I played a lot of PLO with Mahesh as
Give
well.
me nut spades, so
I should
I
have at least.
had nut spades, nut low.
It hasn't worked out well
I
in
tried to
terms
bluff
of,
Mahesh once, and
Yeah, he only had
didn't work out well, did it?
nope, I will never
Why do you keep
again.
saying $10?
It did, yeah. That was my bet tonight.
A great know your opponent spot. Very true. You see, all of these players have played with each other a ton. They know what their opponents are going to do and are going to shift their strategy depending on that. And that is something that you're going to see in a lot of these big O mixed game PLO type situations, and it's something that does not come into play as much in the big 1-2 pool, which is something I like because I like to sit down at a 1-2 table and get 5 opponents I've never played against before and have to figure out how to adapt to that specific situation. So either can be fun in their own
Ray
way.
Ray's got a full house.
Ray does have bottom boat. It's always kind of scary to have deuces full or the like on these boards. But once Mahesh checked so quickly, it would have been interesting to see Ray go down
Yeah.
because it went check twice, and that has happened a few times with Mahesh and Ray, where it's checked few, it's checked through a few streets, and if Ray had bet the pot, he could have pressure on Mahesh to fold a 5-6 low, even if he doesn't think he will.
And the only player
He's my
that
hero for fun.
really at the table that is taking advantage of somebody checking is Mahesh. He will bet it. He would have bet deuces full there. And
I had the ace deuce.
I think it's a
the ace
good
deuce game.
percentage of the time, he gets 5-6 to fold.
Actually, D8 has been doing that as well. He just has been betting into the opponents who haven't. So that is the danger of taking advantage of that. Sometimes they beat you, they say, all right, they have a bluff catcher, and they beat you both ways.
People call you and you never know.
Steel Wheel is going to pick up an ace deuce hand here that he will raise.
Victor looks bored as per usual. He hasn't played in an hour. I would just give him a shout out.
Automatic invite.
Ray Ray's gonna call with a nice high hand.
Yes, I
win that all the
like
time.
Ray Ray.
I stream my belt every hour they
And
can.
it gets strong right there.
It does, but like we saw with Kathy, he's looking to connect with either these straight. If he hits the jack or the 10, that's great. But he wants to make a straight of the non-flush variety. He doesn't know that nobody else has the nut flush here, but or nobody has the nut flush here, but he doesn't
I went to
know.
the bathroom multiple times with
Top two open ended. Still will. What?
Yeah.
He has just a jack
What's in there?
with the backdoor low draw. Mahesh. 5 high flush draw.
Everyone's in, and Ray Ray makes the nuts,
Yeah.
so he's gonna fire. Steel Wheels probably not gonna like that card very much as it counterfeits his low draw.
Oh, Ray Ray's
Although
trying
he
to get
has top
slick.
2 now.
Ray Ray should know. Nobody's going to bet that.
And the board pairs.
And that's there. Mahesh.
I have a 4.
Mahesh has a
I'm
four.
the Broadway.
And Broadway's still gonna take it down.
Yeah.
Betting the flop and then checking
That's
your
why
bets
you
on
need to
the-
check there. Tax, or sorry, you need to bet there for Ray Ray.
This is different.
Tax the low
Here,
draws.
they always go pop.
You gotta love this game, right?
Hey, what's up, check?
I didn't bet.
I know,
Mahesh, you know how it is. Trying to represent my Broadway with the queen. You know, Mahesh, you check in PLO, they go pot. I go, repot. It's hard to make money in this table.
Ray Ray says it's hard to make
Alright.
money at this
You didn't
table.
like
He
the
knows that
term.
these are a bunch of Big O specialists.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
These guys are too good.
Yeah, really. I mean,
Oh, no.
I don't know, Bill. I've never even seen Bill Nelson play another game. Diego doesn't like PLO. He doesn't like Hold'em.
Check when I have the nuts and
Kathy loves
Kathy loves
Big
Big
O.
O.
Victor plays Big O 3-4 nights a week. Mahesh loves Big O. This is a difficult table.
Most of these kids,
In
they
terms
know
of
that.
just
They
people
go,
making
my trip home
big
is good.
mistakes and
Oh,
throwing
and
money
there's
away.
a hand that the professor's gonna like. He has double suited ace deuce.
You check
And
for
so
these
he's
kids
gonna
out
bump
there?
it up,
Uh-oh.
knowing that he's gonna get some calls behind because he has
Yeah.
action players on the table
You know what?
in the way of Ray Ray
You
and
lose your
Mahesh.
position.
So, unfortunately, we couldn't see a flop like Ace 4. We see King, Queen 4. Mahesh is going to lead out with bottom 2. Ray Ray has top and bottom.
Alright. I'm gambling with you.
So I think
I thought it was 50, but yeah, it was 40.
this might go 3 ways. No, Ray Ray's gonna fold. Ray Ray just looked at Jesse and said, can you believe I'm folding this?
He would repot
I need
you.
a 10.
The professor just picked up the nut flush draw with a pair. Mahesh is weak with queens and 4s. He's really got to give up on that.
Told you I was gambling.
Diego bets the pot and gets it through. He
There we
also
go.
has
I had
reduced.
that beat. I showed my hand to the dealer
He got
and the
blockers.
street. Jesse
He
would have
reduced
repot.
the chance of anyone else having ace jack. He had 2 aces in his hand, which doesn't mean that nobody else can have
I
it.
had that.
But once Mahesh checks, he decided to bet and was able to get a better hand to fold.
Exactly.
I haven't
He
won a
also
hand
knows
all night.
Mahesh is very likely, after betting the flop, not checking ace jack there. He never is.
No,
I don't know
you are
about but
correct.
I'm still down. So
Mahesh has to bet it.
I'm the one winning hand.
I mean, you have to protect your hand. You know, when you see a 10 like that that starts to make
Mine just looks better because I just
Broadway,
tried
starts to make flush draws, and you have something that's vulnerable like a straight, you've got to put some money in there to
I just
protect.
need one hand, one good hand, right? Couple of good hands.
Ray Ray wants one good hand. He gets a deuce 3-5, which is not the worst hand, but he is going to want to see an ace and a 4. Unfortunately, he gets 3 pair. He flops a mirror, but that is
No
not-
good.
actually
Mahesh flops the nuts.
Mahesh flops the nuts. He has a mirror, but his low is going to be good because nobody has ace deuce or ace 3 here.
Now it just got counterfeited.
And he doesn't know that a live deuce will be good. Oh, it's
Deuce
good.
6.
Mahesh has deuce 6.
Ray has deuce 7. And Mahesh bets everything, so he may get some action here.
Ray Ray has made another pair. He has 4 pair, and he's going to be so upset about it.
I had 4 pairs. 7
There you go.
Is it best out of 7?
8 3.
We all have to talk about our hand after the hand. I have
Have
4
to.
pair.
Especially
But
if it's no
4
good.
pairs.
You don't want 4 pair in this game.
The Lakers are 1-1?
It's not.
The Lakers are 1-1, right? Oh, shit.
This is a live sign, guys.
Oh.
What,
They're in your bump pot.
20, 40, 80, 160.
We've got another bomb pot. Who is
I think we should do
excited
2
for the
bomb
bomb
pots.
You didn't
pot?
even put 10.
I want to see
Oh,
a flop.
shit.
I want to see a flop.
You will.
Matt is excited for the bomb pot.
You flop every time. I should. You just don't keep your cards with you. The flop is there every time.
All right, we haven't done a roll call for a while. Let's do a roll call in the chat. Rolling into the bomb pot. Where is everybody watching from? We'll give you a shout out.
Whatever.
Oh, this is not a bomb pot. Just kidding. This is a normal hand.
And
And
the
we
aces
see
show up again.
Ray Ray with aces and
Mahesh has
1 suit.
kings.
The professor has a really nice 6 rundown hand. So he wants to see an ace.
Oh, an ace would be such a good hand for Diego.
And Diego knows if he does
Like
not flop an
gambling.
ace, he's going to get out. Mahesh has made it 200. He's going to represent ace deuce with 2 deuces in his hand.
He is going to get looked up, though. Ray Ray is not going to.
The first pot, repot.
Ace, 4, 5.
Oh, repot.
And DH has
I wanna call
had
so
enough.
bad.
He's tired of folding. He hasn't been seeing hands. And he's going to
This
get
is
in
what I
there.
like to see.
And he doesn't know. He actually has the best blow draw. But we're going to get a high board
40,
with
40,
clubs.
40.
Ray Ray's going to love this.
Oh, I had 2 of those.
And nobody has a 10. So once Mahesh checks, I would love to see Ray Ray bet this.
Oh, he holds off.
And now Mahesh definitely will bet this. He's going to represent King Queen. Except that DH gets there first. He says all in with his Queen
Queen
High. And this is a hand that I can see Mahesh bluffing with, but I'm not sure what exactly he is calling with. Because he doesn't have a flush draw and he doesn't have a straight draw. And so he is actually drawing dead. ODH also has the nut flush draw
Which are, they
and is in great shape to scoop this pot unless a club rolls off.
try to say they can strike is different.
And DH makes the nuts on the river. He's going to be very happy to see that.
Every once in a
Yes.
while I'll do it. Very rarely. That do I have.
And we've got John Dew watching from Garland, which I believe that's in Texas, right?
Yes, right outside of Dallas. Bought my
All
first
right.
house ever in Garland, Texas.
Welcome to this TCH Big O live stream. Thank you for answering my roll call.
Yeah,
Nobody else did. John Dew is the VIP.
Garland, Texas. Bought my first house on Firewheel Golf Course. So welcome, sir.
And Mahesh has made top set on the river. So
He wants to call, but
he
that
wants
is
to call so bad.
such a. I mean, there's a one-liner.
All you
Mahesh.
need is a queen with a friend to have a straight. You don't even need the ace queen. He lets it go.
Double pump that fold.
I felt for it. I should have just gone all in. That was a dangerous one. I could have had ace queen. I had two aces.
Yeah, king queen.
Nice hand. I went
Four
for the
Card
clubs.
Forever
Oh, I thought you
was
said-
jealous of the VIP and says he is 3.5 miles away from
dangerous.
TCH.
Ripper.
Thank you for joining this roll call.
I go, I had
I should not have.
Did you have called for that?
There's no way I should have.
Percentage-wise, 400 into that pot.
I should have just gone all in on the turn, so I don't think you have to think
I did the math, and the math said,
pay right
with a flush, not flush draw.
2 hours,
you call
right
there
before the
with that
stream,
side.
right before the live stream. I paid
400 and I was getting 5 to 1.
I should be costing me wrong.
Mahesh still throwing the party.
And now we see DH back in the positive. So that was a really nice pot for him. He was able to almost triple up because he got action from both Mahesh and Ray Ray. And Mahesh, with that call, gave Ray Ray the odds to call looking for his flush draw.
He might have called still.
I wonder if Victor just practice his folds at his
What was your
house
mine was a nut flush draw.
because he's so good.
Wow.
Come on.
I had 2 aces.
At Kings, Victor. Live a little.
There was no
This
seats.
is a multi-way pot so far. It finally got bumped up by DH on the button with an ace-deuce hand. Mahesh has an ace-3-5 hand, so he's going to want to see a deuce and a 4, ideally on the flop.
We'll probably look at it.
Professor has aces with a suit, but it's not a great combination of aces as he doesn't have a low. And Ray Ray and Kathy are just going to hope to hit the board.
Exactly. DH.
The ace-8 of diamonds for DH and a backdoor low draw, so he will be continuing if check to him. Kathy tends to like these open-ended hands with top pair, so I could see her betting it. He did not continue. I guess he was trapping, hoping that somebody else is going to take the bait, and Ray Ray puts in a very, very small bet
I need dinner money.
with his 7 high flush. So there was a little bit of extra value.
15.
Ah, there's the money.
There it is. Now they all know.
But that's the downside of slow playing in position is that everyone was expecting him to see bet once checked to him, and they would have called. Once you caught it on the turn, everybody else who might have paid you off, who might have been a customer, is just going to fold.
Yes.
And I think now we're rolling into a bomb pot. So if you missed, if you were upset when I announced the bomb pot before and it wasn't one, if you felt slow rolled and betrayed, now is your time. We've got Phil in the chat, hello, saying, wait, Mahesh is losing in a cash game. I know, we have hardly seen it, but it is happening.
It's early. It's early. And again, I said he's got the highest ceiling, so he's going to give himself plenty of chances to win every pot.
And let's see what we have on this bomb pot board. Bomb pot,
Yes, you
yes,
can do
finally
it, Temple,
someone
Texas.
excited.
Check.
Glad you joined.
So here we have a monotone heart board and an ace-3 low draw. So let's see if anyone has flopped the nut flush. The bottom is wrong. There are not 2 6 of hearts, but it is monotone. It's the deuce of hearts.
Deuce
So
10-6.
Kathy has bet 80, which is the pot, with her nut flush and second nut low draw. Victor called with his low draw, and Mahesh
Ray Ray's
is
got the nut flush draw
in there
on
with
the
a
other
set.
board.
And the board pairs. So now Mahesh makes deuces full of tens. Ray Ray and Kathy
Has
both
10. Ray
have,
Ray has tens full of kings. Or no, I'm sorry.
it was not a king, I think. It was a 10. So
Oh, well, he has.
there is no king yet on the bottom, but Ray Ray has trip tens.
Mahesh has the deuces full.
Mahesh has deuces full, so I think that board is 10, 10, 6, deuce. And Mahesh has deuce, deuce, deuces full of tens. Ray Ray has trip tens with some overs. Kathy has the flush with overs still and trip tens and a low draw. And now Victor has to decide whether he wants to gamble and call with
Oh.
just a low draw
He's
and a
folding.
flush. He also has the nut flush draw. He might be able to deduce that his flush draw is dead.
He's going to deduce a fold, I guarantee it.
If he does, then Kathy is live on her low draw.
Oh, yeah. Sniff it out. No! Finally, some gamble. In my
Victor's
boys.
going to go all in. He is still just drawing to the low here. If the bottom bricks out, he's going to be in bad shape. And Mahesh has snap called with his made boat. Ray Ray folds trips. And now this puts Kathy in a really tough spot. She is drawing to an ace, a queen, a 9, or a deuce on the bottom. A deuce will give her a quarter.
I mean, it's going to work, I think. I don't think Kathy's
Not
going
a
to call.
deuce, sorry, a 3. A 3 on the bottom, which would give her a quarter of the pot. So, see, this is what everyone was waiting for
Yes.
in the bomb pots. They wanted to see big pots, big action.
I'm shocked that Victor made a move like this. With his holdings. We do have to remember, though, the board is 2, 10, 6.
10, 10, 6 deuce on the bottom. So Victor will be getting half of this pot if the low hits on the bottom. And Kathy sticks it in. She's hoping to hit one of her cards on the bottom.
She's good.
Guys, I'm gonna regret this.
I hope I mean, side pot.
And Ray Ray says, I'm going to regret this.
Victor's going to hate it, or Kathy's going to hate it if Victor hits a club. Because he's going to have the ace-king flush, and Kathy's got the ace-queen.
I'm the uncounterfeitable now.
That's true. There is a pretty decent side pot between Victor and Kathy.
And only one board has a low draw.
So right now, Kathy is winning the side pot.
She does not.
All of those cards.
She does not want to see a club. Or she has a 10 as well. She avoids.
So Kathy does hit her 9 on the river, and she is going to scoop this entire
scoop.
pot. There is no low on the board.
Kathy.
So Kathy is going to hit the nuts on the river.
Victor gambling, and it doesn't pay off, kid.
Oh no, that is
Gamble,
the danger.
no future.
I thought there was a low on the
Not
board.
no gamble. But I like it.
I thought there was a low on the board.
Shocked to see it.
That's the danger of making a move like that before it is hit. And
I mean, I'm shocked Kathy made the call with
I
just
thought I
the
already
flush.
had a low.
I guess the 10 was there, you know, she could hit a boat. But she had to know somebody had a better list.
The hearts, and then you had the
you can
10.
hear
I thought there
Victor
was a
saying
low on
that
the
he
board.
thought he had the
I
low
thought I had a
already.
low already
So
on the board.
he misread the board in that he had assumed the low had already hit and didn't think about the possibility of getting scooped. But he was in very bad shape against Kathy.
So you were ahead. Oh, you were ahead. Oh my God. Talking about flush. Oh yeah.
Wow, how in the world?
Yeah.
That was amazing analysis. First of all, I want to say this is Uncle T. You're at TCH Social Live in Austin, 125. Big O with Amanda and Matt giving the very expertise, very knowledgeable.
Oh yeah. Not long in that case.
Everybody's talking about the last hand, huge hand. Just want to thank you all again for joining tonight. It's been a great group. Appreciate all the comments in the chat and helping Matt and Amanda out at the game, obviously. Got to see a really big hand. And I hope you're enjoying yourself tonight. Also, remember to, as I call up the banner,
He had the full.
Everybody, get on Hijack Poker. Play poker online. $20
I thought you had a
for the
top set on the
TCHL.
top.
Type
And
that
that's why
in.
you're like,
I know what
And
you
as we
have.
wrap up
He
our
had
last
some
hour, I'm
backbone,
going to
yeah.
thank all of you for coming in the chat
Oh, I hit
and
the low end bar.
have a good last hour, folks. I hope it's as exciting as that last hand was.
And as a reminder for Hijack, you can put money on live here at TCH Social, and you can take money off here live at TCH Social. So, a couple of different outlets for you to feed the Hijack, and then also get back from Hijack.
Feed your soul.
I enjoy
I
it.
didn't regret it. I had to drop for that one too.
And I actually didn't remember I had the nuts.
I'm interested to see how far. There we go. Kathy's come up, and Victor, who was leading the whole night, is now probably one of the biggest,
That is an unfortunate hand. And
especially since he
Four
thought he
Card
had the
Forever
low.
said, those are the plays I always see her get rewarded on. It was just a matter of time. She is able to sniff out those situations. She's not afraid to get the chips in the middle. So, like Four Card Forever said, it was a matter of time, and we're happy to see her scoop that one. And we see an all heart flop here with DH flopping the second nut heart draw. I think he will put out a bet here to see if the ace high flush is out there. Mahesh is going to call. And Mahesh has a little mystery hand.
Come on, Mahesh. We'll play. We'll guess. I'm going to assume Ray Ray's going to raise the ace deuce. I don't need to see the fifth card.
750, right?
We are dealing with some
Yeah, that
incompletes.
doesn't make sense. Because I
It's like we're playing Sudoku.
thought he had the full house.
Let me see. Is there an ace in the first column? No? Okay.
If these cards are correct, then Ray has flopped the nuts.
Turn the nuts. And it's good because DH has second nuts.
Ray.
That's the best part about not having the ace-king suited.
That is true. We covered that earlier when Diego had both the ace and the king in his hand. Nobody else could really have the king high
Tomorrow.
flush. Here, Ray is betting. He has the nuts, and Zach has to decide whether or not his king high flush is good. And it looks like he has let it go. Mahesh is also in this pot on the turn. No, he hasn't let it go yet. It looks...
Victor looks stunned from that last one. It's okay, Victor. There's plenty of time to come back. You'll be my little show pony. Come on.
And I think Ray has gotten called in two places.
I mean, what do you, obviously there's no low draw, so somebody has to have a two pair, a set, something to put in, you know, that size of a bet when the flush is clearly out there. If everything
I
is
think
correct.
DH has pocket kings, so he's calling with the king high flush. Mahesh must have a set. I'm gonna guess pocket fives, but it doesn't matter. The board doesn't pair, and Ray is going to continue to have the nuts on the river. Get called up for the rest. So if we can see the cards correctly, then Ray is going to get the triple up.
The tables are turning.
Ray with the triple up.
Kathy
with the triple up.
And Mahesh with the triple barrel. Gonna buy a few more chips.
Yeah, if you fall, I fall also.
Oh, we've got Greg in the chat saying you guys are awesome. So nice to hear informed commentary on Big O, and also throwing you a shout out, Matt. You demand.
I got the
We
nuts.
love having
I
you
got the
here,
nuts.
Greg.
Like I said, people are going, oh my God. Yeah, because I need them all to bed. I got the nuts. The river, please. I was just telling you guys this story.
And it
I
looks
got
like
the
there
nuts.
might have been a little
I got the
side
nuts.
pot
Remember.
between Mahesh and Zach, but DH would have lost money on that pot.
Oh.
Mahesh now down $1,400 and Victor down the $1,000 that he bought in for. Kathy, now our big winner at $1.8
It just
thousand
takes
dollars.
one.
And Ray Ray too, up $1,000. How the turn tables.
It's because I had a hand.
And it looks like the professor went to take a nap somewhere. They do have some very luxurious couches here at TCH that you can relax on, sit down while you're waiting. Beautiful TV setup, watch the games.
He was tired of not having any cards, so he went to create a new lesson plan. I'm full of professor puns over here.
Yes. Yeah, he did.
We're going back to school.
Everybody knew that somebody has a set. Somebody has a set.
At least we were right. Somebody had a set.
He did have a set. He had, I guess, pocket fives. Sounds like he had pocket queens.
While the professor's gone, he wastes his ace, ace, queen, jack, 3 double suited. Oh, Ray with the king. Some big hands. Shelly should get in and mix it up with this one. Ace 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, Ray flops top set.
There we go.
Shelly nut flush draw.
The professor didn't want to be in this hand anyway. We've got the nut flush draw. We've got the
top set.
We've got
gutters.
top pair with a gutter. This is really a dream flop. Good job, Jesse.
How are you?
Action
What's up,
dealer.
fellas? Damn, look at you. Shit.
And Mahesh is going to raise
we got
it
like
with
an
the
hour
worst
left.
hand. Ray is never folding.
Good. How are things? Yeah.
And Shelly,
back
for
to
the
opening
price,
fully,
is
right?
probably going to come in with
She
her
has to.
flush draw, backdoor,
Huh?
low draw, backdoor,
Yeah, 50. Oh, Mahesh raised at 250.
250.
Good. It's good to hear.
Mahesh is not afraid.
How's the other truck, the Wagyu one?
Mahesh wants to blow up these
that
pots
was
so
it,
he
no?
can put maximum pressure on
Did
on
you
the
keep
turn
still?
and get
Yeah?
paid the maximum. And there comes the spade, and Shelly is going to bet it, knowing two things:
No
that
low
someone
either.
likely has a set,
So you're
and
the first up.
she's going to make them pay, and also that she has good customers.
It was on a bomb pot.
And now she's thanking Mahesh for raising there so she can put the max pressure on the top set.
She is. However, it looks like Ray might actually get away. He likes to gamble. We know he likes to gamble.
I think he's having the funeral right now.
You did pop it on the flop.
He should have repopped it to get you out.
Yeah, you gave me good odds.
I wish you had.
Yeah. But like after 2 hands.
And Ray's gonna let it go. He's not even going to draw to his boat, which is a profitable decision. But I've seen Ray gamble in these spots, and I think Shelly was hoping that he would, unless the river paired the board.
Yeah, I think if you ask
Somebody
her,
said wait till the turn.
she'll take the gamble, you know. Put in the 5, take the gamble.
But when it pairs, it's so sick.
It is sick, but she's good enough to get away from it. You know, Ray obviously would have shoved.
Oh yeah.
And she's
That's why I said there's a
easily
spade
good enough
draw.
to get away.
and I don't.
She'll take
got
the
the
money
nuts
though. She's now up
I had the full rack.
1.5K, and so we see Kathy and Shelly topping the charts like Sam was rooting for.
So with the right play,
The ladies, you love to see it.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
got the max charge for you to get to.
Kathy won 1.8, 1.5.
Yeah.
Ray.
How's
Bill's pretty much consistently just right there.
I don't know what your hand was.
Diego hasn't seen a lot of hands.
I showed it.
He has not seen very many
I had the
hands.
nuts with that.
We can't roast him for being so lucky today.
Jesse would have
I
popped.
can't fucking hit shit.
And Kathy's just going to call with a premium hand. This is one that she might want to raise, but Shelly's going to raise it for
There you
her with
go.
another premium hand.
And then Mahesh 4 bets.
Let's see Mahesh's hand. Mahesh has 4 bet with Jack, Jack, Deuce, 4, 6. Because why not? He just lost a big pot and he wants to get as much money in the middle as possible.
Yes. And Mahesh had a very lucrative last couple of weeks as he finished second in the Big O tournament here, or the PLO
The
tournament here.
PLO, I did watch that stream a little
And then
bit.
won
He
the
played
Art of
great.
PLO.
Yes. And neither Kathy nor Shelly is going anywhere with
No.
their holdings. So it'll be interesting to see what happens on the flop. And Mahesh is gonna flop the world. So he can continue
And
betting.
even though it's third nuts, he's going to bet it. He still has the deuce 4. Kathy has deuce 3. He may get her to come along.
And she has top 2 as well. So Kathy might
Oh, yeah.
end up gambling here, trying to hit either an ace, a 10, a low card. That's not a 3, because that would give Mahesh the better hand. I think Kathy will continue here. Shelly is going to fold.
Kathy calls the 345. I don't necessarily like to play 2 pairs, not that spot on to hit, but she does have the deuce 3. But you know, if
If you think Mahesh can have anything here, then... Because Mahesh is going to continue once he 4-bets, and she just spikes the 10.
She does bang it. Well, it has turned. The tables have turned. And Mahesh...
And Mahesh was trying to represent aces. Shelly says, I thought you had aces there. And
I can't even get a board to pair with a set.
Oh my goodness.
He gets a board to pair with 2 pairs.
And Mahesh is unhappy with the board pair on the turn.
As he falls deeper into the abyss. Down 2.4 now. But again, as we've seen it, these guys have pretty much everybody, I think, except for Steel Wheel, has been down at some point tonight and has managed to work themselves back up.
That's true. Steel Wheel is the only person who has been consistently up all stream, just playing solid. Those good hands. It might not get you paid quickly, but in the long run, it's not too bad. Or you can adopt a style like Mahesh, where you are going to win very big or lose very big.
I mean, Mahesh, Mahesh is a big favorite there to win. Well, to at least get half. 2 pair board pairs are not very common. Obviously, a low card gives her half. She's going to win that.
But you know the downside to being that aggressive and betting every hand is you're going to get those more speculative calls.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily, if you're going for a big pot, I guess Mahesh went all in, right, on the flop?
Mahesh potted the flop, and there was not a lot left on the turn.
Okay, yeah, I mean, because, for her to call there, he has nothing back. But she's not going to win anymore. She's just going to win the pot. I prefer if somebody's deeper and she makes that call, or even raises and just says, I want to get it in and gamble, because once you hit it and you haven't put it all in and gambled, they're not going to pay you off.
I'm sorry.
They're going to be able to get away from their hand if they, if he had 2,000 back. Once the board pairs and she now leads, he's going to fold. But on the flop, he may get it all in. She gambles, she gets there, she gets it all.
Yeah, that is really just a question of SPR, stack to pot ratio.
Right.
Because if you are calling on the flop, what are you folding the turn? Once you commit most of your chips or most of Mahesh's stack, you're really not folding to any turn. So I think a jam would have been the move if you're going to continue there. But
what are the chances that Steel Wheel continues?
Steel wheel is going to continue in this hand with ace 3-5.
And nobody has a really big flush draw.
And there we
Oh.
go. He makes the wheel.
What?
Shelly has
Who won on
ace
the
6
basketball
with the nut flush draw.
Celtics.
And Steel wheel is going to charge her to draw to
He
it.
just checked.
No, he checked.
Yes.
How?
And
You have to
allows
bet
her
that.
to hit the nut flush. And he's got the wheel. And now he's just
And
going
he's
to
going
call.
to, okay.
The same thing. You're getting quartered.
Yeah, you're getting half.
He does call.
That is a case of seeing monsters where there are none. He thought he might be getting quartered with an ace 3 and ace 3-6, which is definitely a valid
It is.
thought in this game.
But you've got to bet the turn. You cannot. You make the wheel. You can't rely on your opponent to bet it for you if they don't have the wheel. There's just not that much going into, like, you
It
don't
may-
gain anything. They're just going to check behind so many times.
But it may have been Shelly's flop bet that earned her the check on the turn because
It's
she
true.
was also representing an ace 3. And I believe that she bet on the flop in position. And so in those situations, if you bet the flop, you might be representing a hand that can make a wheel 6, that can make a low and a bigger straight. So I can understand it there. I definitely thought he was going to charge her. He ended up not doing that, and they chopped his flop.
I personally, I check the flop with Bill's hand, hoping to check raise on the flop. I have the wheel wrapped. I'm going to get in as much as I can get in right now. So, and when he just check calls and then leads, it does show significant strength and you're not going to get paid, but you allow your opponent to get there too. So
That's true. And we just saw that. And now we have a 9-7-4 board. So Ray Ray has open-ended. Diego has a lower
yeah,
open-ended
ace 3, backdoor
with
clubs.
a low. Victor has folded an ace 3
That's just open-ended.
correctly.
Bad card for Diego.
And now Diego has 2 pair with a 36 low.
And it's good.
And so that's going to be good against Mahesh's 5-6. He's calling, he wants to play pots right now. He lost a few. And now the professor has a boat, that's a 7 on the river. And he's going to hope that Mahesh has diamonds. And that he can get him to call with diamonds.
And he still has the 3-6, so, which is good.
He doesn't know the 3-6
No,
is good.
he doesn't.
But he's
But I
really
guarantee you-
thinking, what can Mahesh have here? Can Mahesh have diamonds?
Can he have
Can I get him to
nines?
fold a better low? He might be hoping to get he might hope to get Mahesh to fold a 3-5 low. So he bets very big. He actually did want to call there, but he had no idea that he was value betting for both sides of this pot.
No, you don't think your 3-6 is good
Would
there.
you like to see the wine list?
Typically.
And now the professor took a couple classes. He's approaching.
Climb back into it.
Yeah.
Did donate $800 here if you want to buy me a drink and some shrimp.
He's paying for my dinner.
DH said, I'm down money. Does anyone want to buy me dinner?
Shrimp?
With my own money. I think everyone declined, but you never know.
Oh, I was right here. Damn it. So close.
I need to use that strategy sometime. Oh, do you want to buy me dinner with my own money that I lost to you at the poker table?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'll get a
Okay, Victor.
And there's Ray Ray with ace, deuce, 3, 4, king, double suited. That is a nice one. I want to see him bump it up a little bit. He raises it to 50. And Kathy shrugs and says, why not? Maybe I'll spike an ace on the flop. She doesn't know that she's getting quartered here. So this is the danger of playing a deuce 3-4 hand, is if you are against a similar hand, even just an ace deuce 3, and you spike that ace, they now have top pair with the same low. So, but that's not the case here. Ray Ray flops the nut flush draw and the nut low draw. So I want to see him bet small so that everybody comes into the pot.
No.
But Diego's going to bet it for him. He bets pot with, he flopped the nut straight, and he's going to charge anyone. Ray Ray's just going to call. He wants all 5 people in this pot in case he hits
Let's see
either
how bad
side.
Victor is feeling after his beat, if he wants to.
Oh.
Because earlier in the night, he folds his hand.
He can spike the jack of spades and have a straight flush.
That's true.
Mahesh also has a straight flush gutter. He's open-ended to the straight flush, but you see the 10 of spades in Victor's hand. And Mahesh has raised with 2 pair and the open-ended straight flush draw.
What's the total?
Which is going to put the professor in an uncomfortable situation because Mahesh could have the jack 10 also with an ace deuce. So I want to see what the professor does here. He's in decent shape if he calls it off. Mahesh has a lot of outs against the professor's exact hand, so I think he will fold, although it really depends what Ray Ray does behind. I don't see Ray Ray folding this.
The professor folds here. But he
I
just
think
can't
so.
improve. All he can do is just aid. And you don't want to do that with all your stack. Now, I think at this point, Ray Ray just gets it all in, and I think Mahesh obviously has to call.
He just called. Ray Ray just called, so we'll see what the turn brings.
Why did he not want to get in there's the
And
nut
now
low.
Mahesh has a set as well. And so Mahesh spikes quads on the river.
Runner.
He raised on the flop knowing that runner quads were coming out. So it was a perfectly legitimate raise.
Put the 10 of spades on the front.
I flopped the nut straight. They're all
fold.
beat.
Diego's letting him know he's flopped the
I
nut
have to call
straight.
with mine, right?
And he folded. He would have gotten scooped by
I think I have
quads.
to
They
call
are all geniuses. They know what
He
the
has to.
turns and the rivers are going to
He has
be.
no way to improve his hand.
I'm just going to learn.
I know.
Every turn card is almost bad.
But I was just going, he's just been running so bad. I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to put him up. I thought, gosh, I'll let him bet whatever he wants. You know
And in the end, because they isolated everybody
what
out,
I'm saying? It's like
They only
he's
won
been running
$140
bad, so I just didn't want to put him on.
with those
quads
big
is good.
hands.
Even if it's a bad turn, you're probably
Two pair and open-ended spades like draw. But it's good you fold. He made you fold.
I flopped the nuts.
I know, but sometimes
Flopping the nuts.
you saved your money.
Big O is danger.
nuts with no redraw in this game. No bueno.
That is true. You can flop the nut straight, and the chance that it's going to be good on the river is very low. I think it was something about 10% or 20%. Greg Vale in the chat might be able to tell us exactly. I heard this on one of the prior streams.
Shopping.
And so Diego
I
knows
know,
most
but
of the cards that come out are going to be dangerous for his hand. He might not have expected to lose in runner quad fashion, but he approves that fold. And now he's rewarded by flopping the nut low.
Mahesh has top 2.
Mahesh is of course going to bet top 2.
Ray Ray is open-ended with top pair. Two pair.
You put the 25%.
Top and bottom.
And Kathy's going to call with her second draw.
Yeah.
And Mahesh hits the boat on the turn. So he, I believe, has the high locked up, and the professor, I assume, will continue to call him down and
Yeah.
Before I lose it all, you know what I mean? To Kathy.
He has the 5 too. I think he'll
He
call
goes,
it
I don't
even
mind
if a deuce or a 3 comes. But if it's a deuce,
I don't know why I got worried when he said quads.
Kathy looks like she's having a hand funeral, so she's going to let go of her second nut low once Diego calls in front. That is the benefit of being in position. You can see what all the other players are going to do and figure out that you are no good. Mahesh has made another boat. He has several boats at this point, and the professor still has the nut low. So they will chop up this pot. Greg Vales, regarding the previous hand, said there's a hard partition between winners who can fold the flopped nuts and everyone else who cannot. Math does not have an opinion. So even with the flopped nuts, Diego was not a favorite to win that hand and was able to fold once faced with further aggression over the aggression that he had been showing with his straight.
right. Obviously, you know you're up against everything but a straight. Sets, flush draws.
Or the same straight that's free rolling you for the low.
Yes.
All right, once again, this is the Big O stream at TCH Social in Austin. We are entering the last half hour of the stream. So thank you so much to everyone who is with us. Make sure to smash the like button on the stream. It will improve visibility. And it looks like there was a little snafu with deal, so we will entertain you. What is Phil?
Everybody
Those look
got
like
hungry around
the
the same time.
grilled chicken. Yeah, I will definitely be having dinner after this stream. That's why I'm eyeing the food. I'm like, whatever food he has looks good. All the food here at TCH is very good.
Yes, it is. Kudos.
My compliments to the chef.
Can you cut me like a half of one or something?
They're more like. Yeah, they're more sweet than any. Yeah, they're sweet.
Oh, it is time for another bomb pot. The last one was so exciting. Can this one be more exciting? Well, there's only 1 5 left in the deck. Let's see if anybody wakes up with the 5. We've got Mahesh with an ace deuce that he will probably not be folding. He also has the nut flush draw,
Ray
but the
Ray
bottom
has
is
the
paired.
5. He
Ray
flopped
has
boat.
the 5 with the 3, so he flopped a boat,
Yeah.
as you said.
Yeah.
Lawrence, I don't know if he has a shepherd's pie. If he does, I'm jealous.
Who?
I assume homeboy is Bill. Mahesh is going to continue to bet his nut low and put pressure on a boat like the one Ray Ray has. But Ray Ray knows with the 5 on the board that nobody else can have a 5. And so that possibility of 7-5 is less scary.
I mean, pepper is probably spicy for you.
So he's going to call and keep Kathy in
I
with
know, see?
a
Oh,
flush draw.
bad card for Mr. Mahesh.
Pepper is spicy to me.
And he's going to give up and check it.
I think he's still good, though.
Come like that. Why can't the freaking viewers be switched?
Well, now Mahesh and Kathy are going to chop the low because they both have a live ace. Nobody had a wheel, and Ray Ray's going to take the high with the boat.
5-3.
I think I would have liked to see a river bet from Ray Ray, knowing that nobody else can have the 5. I mean, there always is a possibility of pocket 7s and pocket 9s, but
Yeah, when the board up top does not pair, I would feel good about it.
is this a best bomb pot? Yes, this is an ultimate high, ultimate low bomb pot. So the best high is going to take half the pot, which is the 5-3, and the 2 best lows, a live ace, 6-5, 4, deuce, 1, will split the low. At first I read that is this the best bomb pot? And I was thinking, no, I thought the last one was a little better.
It was much better. when you get one bet on the flop and then turn check, river check all the way. No drama.
Yeah, how are you? You didn't like that very much?
And look at Kathy. Up almost $2,500 at this point.
But she's glad she hustled up and got here.
That's true. We heard there was some traffic driving up to TCH today.
She ran into TCH.
Oh, sorry.
What's the likelihood that Mahesh raises double-suited kings? Pretty good.
Mahesh raises to 15.
You don't want to do that again.
And Diego calls with a premium low hand. He has ace, deuce, 3, 5 with a suit. Ray Ray's going to get in there with cards. So is Kathy. Might as well play
15.
7 ways. And Shelly's going to get in there hoping to flop a high hand that connects with her cards. The professor is going to like this flop pretty well. He's made top 2, sorry, top and bottom with a low draw. Ray Ray folds bottom 2. Mahesh calls and spikes the king.
He's down tonight. He's made a lot of hands. If he could be a little more selective, tonight he would be,
Diego's going to hate that card.
Yes.
But Mahesh checks, and so Diego knows that Mahesh does not have a wheel. Given the fact that Diego bet the flop, he can now represent the wheel. He knows Mahesh never has it, or he would have bet. And Mahesh looks like he's actually going to fold his kings. Way to find that bet, Diego. And Diego is going to steal this pot.
Good bet. Obviously 3-4 is available.
And
he represents it.
With the flop bet, that is what he bought, and he called on the turn like a low draw would do. And then when check 2 on the river, found that bet. And that is why Diego is always going to make the most of a situation. He has not gotten many hands today, but he is slightly in the green because he can find moves like that.
Did you fucking kill a skunk over there?
And once again, he wakes up with a decent hand. This is not your favorite hand to play under the gun, so he just flicks it in, hoping not to face too much aggression behind. Steel Wheel just calls with a nice hand that he could consider raising.
Obviously I think they know it's getting late.
Now I see why.
So, they can continue to play conceivably after the stream is over. Why Steel Wheel isn't raising, that hand, a suited ace with 3 Broadway cards and 3 wheel cards, that is a very good hand.
But Mahesh decides to raise it instead. He says ace 3-5 with a suit. That's good enough for me.
3 wheel cards as well, 2 Broadway cards and the same suited ace. He just doesn't have that deuce. Let's see what the flop brings.
The flop is going to bring the nut low for Steel Wheel, an open-ended straight draw for Mahesh, and nobody has 4-5. So Mahesh is going to continue with his open-ender and an ace 5 low. So he's hoping that somebody with a hand like the professor's with an ace 4 and a couple pairs will fold. Unfortunately, I don't think that Bill is going to fold his hand.
No.
Although without, let's see, he has backdoor diamonds, but there's not a single spade on this board. And given the pre-flop raise, Steel Wheel looks like he might be putting Mahesh on a nut low with a stronger high, and he lets it go.
It's not enough.
I'm just saying, there's still 8 more out there.
Sometimes with the dry guy, I can't even
You
get
can
the.
hit boats and stuff too.
Mahesh is a. I mean, Bill's just letting go.
It's not a hand
And
for
Mahesh
75 bucks.
did
75 bucks.
turn the nuts, but
Wheel,
Steel Wheel would have
he'd have wheel 6.
turned exactly an uncounterfeitable low with a straight, and so he would have only gotten half the pot, but
They are all laughing at me.
Mahesh, you would call with this hand, but I would say, I fold.
Ray says, you would call with this hand, but I will fold. He knows that he is
Unless you hit a
drawing for half.
at
So
the
he's
rack.
drawing to a
top.
club. He
Eight,
had
eight, nine,
a
10.
top rack, but
blocking
he
that with my left
figured,
straight already.
he assumed that he could not win the low, which was true, even though Mahesh did not have ace deuce.
It might be due for you
nine.
finally. You don't not get screwed at the river.
Well,
You've been getting screwed at the river.
Mahesh only down 2K
Yeah, no
now.
more 9. I have
Oh,
three
If
still
I'd known you had
2.2.
that, then I would have bet less. Yeah, I would have.
At
called.
75
I
says,
told
I'm
you there's
surprised
behind
Steel
you.
Wheel didn't raise that hand on the
I
button.
wasn't high.
Me
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, yeah, triple aces?
Surprised you folded.
I had the nut flush draw and a rack. Yeah.
He's got
Remember
grilled
how
chicken though.
Kathy called
So
with so much money and just
Makes
hit the
up for it.
9 on the.
I do that sometimes.
Oh.
Where when I get my food and I get a hand, I am way more likely to fold.
I don't care what the game is. If somebody has food and they play their hand, they are strong. They are never speculating with dinner in front
Love
of them.
that flop. I love
We've
the
got
turn.
DH in there with deuce, deuce, 3, 4, 4, hoping for an ace on the flop. Let's see, I can see Ray Ray with top 2. Anyone? Yep, Kathy has 6, 7, so she has flopped the nuts with a low. And nobody has ace deuce, so she's looking to put pressure on a hand like Ray Ray's, which is top 2 with a low. Shelly's gonna call with her open-ended, and Ray Ray is gonna call as well.
I'm interested to see what these bets are going to look like after the turn. Well, you know, somebody just folded. Oh, Diego just folded the deuce 3. So he would
DH had deuce, deuce, 3, 4, 4.
yeah, DH did. I'm sorry. Ace 8 for Ray Ray. Six, 7 for Kathy.
But Kathy still has the nut high, and so she is going to charge, especially thinking that somebody might have ace deuce or
Three pairs
ace
again,
3,
ace
and
nine with a diamond draw.
she was able to get those low hands to fold. Even though she, if I recall correctly, did not have a great low herself.
That will be bold.
I would have tried to quarter you if you had a low.
You got 6, 7 also?
No, I had deuce 3, 3, 4, 4. Like fucking ace.
I had 6, 7, 7, 8, 8. This hand.
Yeah, so I feel like she's
Exactly. I had the same as you.
Oh really?
Just 3, 4, 5.
Anybody want some rib? I'm only.
I think we're coming down to the end of the stream.
Asian rib.
Not a lot of hands left. Let's see if it gets a little more splashy.
And Lawrence in the chat says, especially if it's the Asian ribs, and shortly after, Ray Ray offers everyone at the table some of his Asian ribs. They are really good.
They
but
are.
I had them once and never again because they are so hard to eat at the poker table.
Yeah, it's not a good poker food. Oh, another. I mean, there's been some big hands. DH, ace 9 deuce. He flops the nut low
My
with top
diet
pair.
is limited, so it's like I use this thing over.
Victor,
Victor has a flush draw.
yes.
And
Mahesh
it
has the
checks
dry
around.
guy. Everybody with 9, 10.
And Ray Ray is now going to bet with a low and a 9 blocker. So he thinks after the checks on the flop, his low might be good.
I bet he does.
Unfortunately, he's going to run into the nut low, and DH with 2 deuces in his hand knows that reduces the odds of anybody else having ace deuce, and he's going to see if he can just raise in position and get it through, and it's probably going to work. That is a creative line with the ace deuce, but I like it.
Yeah.
He made Ray fold his hand, and Kathy fold a
You had
nice
the
hand
high?
as well.
I had the low ace. It wasn't enough. Nobody was betting. I got okay. I'll put 50 bucks.
And Ray says nobody was betting.
I had a
I can have made hands sometimes.
Exactly. The DH makes a little money there by checking.
I was playing today, yeah, it's probably wrong, to be honest with you.
Interested to see the hands that pop up again. I mean, these guys are getting hand after
I
hand.
still don't call. Yeah, because there's nothing in the middle.
Well, this has been a fun stream. It's been very exciting to see all of the action on this table, all of the moves. I think my favorite hand was that big bomb pot that Kathy ended up scooping to be able to find the call in that situation, even in a place where she was set up to win a nice side pot against Victor. So Mahesh had a stronger hand at that point with deuces full, but
What does Bill Nelson have to raise?
if the flop is going to come queen 10-6, then no, I'm kidding. We do have a high board though. Bill had a very nice high and low hand, as did Victor, and Mahesh is going to bet with top pair and a
Open-ended?
gut shot.
Oh, he's open.
Oh, he's up open-ended too. An 8 would do it. The king or an 8. Unfortunately, Ray has a lot of the kings in his hand. But now the board pairs, and he can continue his story that he is a set. And Ray, having a jack, is going to... Oh, and there we go. Another queen on the river. He just gets there. So he's going to win a little pot.
I was calling you. I wasn't holding there.
No, I'm not.
We know,
I'm
man.
calling you. I'm not betting. I hope you.
He says, I was not folding.
You do.
I don't want anything I have to eat with my hand.
I see in your hands where you have the world. You remember your hands? You have the world, the fucking river. You deserve a big.
But what you also see is a benefit of thinning the field when you are playing these big multi-way hands. Mahesh was able to get the hands back down to just his hand and Ray's hand, and
Right.
so trip queens with an ace is much more likely to be good versus another
field?
hand that might have made a small boat on the river.
Let's see if DH raises. Well, Steel Wheel certainly not going to raise with deuce 3-9-9 jack. Ray, call 10.
Yeah, DH raised to 40 with his low hand. Steel Wheel comes along, hoping to spike an ace or a 9. Ray and Victor with some low possibilities, and we have nobody with queen 10.
Good. Let's see the Czech Olympics start. No flush draw on board.
And once again, Mahesh is going to bet his position once check 2. He's saying, I want to see if anybody else at this table has it. And Ray is going to fold top 2.
One more club, not club.
Mahesh is just going to take it down.
Yeah, you know when they have nothing like that. No queen 10.
Can I just get the fish off of that?
And now, you know, everybody's eating.
Yeah, just a fish fillet. Blackened? No, lightly blackened if I could. Kind of like the
Shelly's
fish taco.
gone.
I like that fish. And then a side of broccoli, please.
Steel Wheel's gone. Oh, wait. He's there, but he's not raising anything. Protecting the W. Yeah, let's go. Show me something. Fold. Victor folds even when he's stuck.
Not Mahesh though. Mahesh will be in there playing
to
every
say, Mahesh,
hand.
you have a bad-
Here he has a good hand. He has ace,
That
3,
one.
4, 8, 9
a better one,
with
like a black one.
diamonds.
Ray with the king. He'll
But
call.
Kathy wakes
like
up
when
with
that
an
happens.
ace
Man, you got
deuce,
two- I was
so she
wondering
is
where they
going to
went.
get in there as well. DH raising
That's
with
the
a
best.
high hand, knowing that if he flops well,
Two black ones and a red.
he's going to be pretty certain where he is. So here, he just flops the nuts. He raised it pre-flop. And this is not a hand that should favor a big pre-flop raising range.
Maybe Ray calls here though with middle set.
Ray does have a set. He might call one street, try to get the board to pair.
Careful.
And he says careful.
I'm not smart enough to be careful.
I'm
Me
not
too.
smart enough to be careful.
I'm just saying.
That's funny. Funny. Let's see what the
DH also has a set, but the board could not pair.
I had
And
a set of
so-
kings, that's it.
Queen jack. I had to set it. I'm glad a 10 would have been fun.
Yeah.
DH did decide to slow down
like
once
this would be
the
careful.
heart got there, and they were able to check.
proud of it.
In position, it would
Yeah,
have
yeah,
been
I can see
interesting
it.
to see Ray bet once, check two twice, but they're honest
good
and
enough to
friendly
bluff.
and checked it down a few times. So
thought you were
it's
bluffing when I
possible
paid you
Ray
that
could
time.
have stolen
Oh,
that
really?
flop,
No.
but
You always see that.
I
Ray, I
he's
thought
so
you were bluffing.
smiley.
How
He
many
doesn't need
times
to
are you
steal
gonna
any
say
I
that?
don't know, it's Asian. I
He goes off the clock.
hand
Three
71.
of them.
and 71, we have made it.
My
Every
buddy
time I
Long
go-
is one of the biggest nits that I know, but he gets paid off
I
all the
wish
time
I knew
just
how to
'cause he's
bluff.
Asian,
I've been
yeah.
playing Hold'em.
Long.
I knew how to bluff. I play Hold'em every
Probably
day.
does. He probably played with it.
Yeah,
Let's
after I called,
see
I was
if
like,
anybody
no,
got
he actually doesn't do that.
any connection with this.
I don't know how.
This is a bomb pot,
I know.
so I'm sure we will see everything rolling in.
Well, I'm hoping several people. That's weird.
Mahesh is
That's-
gonna bet. There must be a 9 on the board or some sort of wrap for his Queen 10 9 9. Oh, he flops 8 9. Did he have an 8? He had Queen 9 for sure with diamonds. So he at the very least has open-ended and
and
a
here
flush
comes
draw.
all the folds.
He's blocking 8 9 with 2 9s in his hand. He's going to get a call from Steel Wheel with a wrap and a diamond draw, and the professor has a set of kings and ace deuce. So the professor now has top set and the nut low, so he just needs the bottom to pair.
He's also got a club draw.
And a club draw.
If I was him, I don't care. I personally don't care if the straight draw's out there. I am putting as much as I can in there.
And he's going to do just that. Mahesh continued for 300, and Diego was able to then go over the top and free
Oh,
roll.
that was a terrible river every which way for Diego.
He still has a low. Mahesh did not have any low. But the diamond, the Steel Wheel had gotten in there. He hits the diamond. You can't make the call for your whole stack. So
Man,
Diego was actually able to get
How does it matter?
the
He's not
Steel
folding,
Wheel
but
out
I
of
folded
there.
the money
He ends
back.
up chopping
There's so much money
anyway.
in there. That's why I didn't bet.
He would fold. He
If I had more money, if I had more money,
think he
I
would've
would
folded if you
And being results oriented in this case, had Diego
He didn't have that.
slow played it, he would have gotten
beat.
the third player in there to make some money. But why not get it all in against Mahesh when you're free rolling to the board pair?
Yeah.
I wish I had. I was trying to keep both of them in, but he's too smart.
I had 3 in my hand,
There goes smart.
Too smart.
5, 4 out there.
YOLO.
All right, we should have just a few more hands tonight. I don't know exactly how many, but we are nearing our 4th hour. So once again, we want to say thank you to everybody who is in the chat, been typing in, reacting to the action.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
We've got Pat75, Lawrence Popper, 4 Card Forever, V, Sam, Greg Vale. I'm sure I'm missing
I
people.
did have a 3, but
Set of jacks for Ray Ray.
A set of jacks and second nut flush for Kathy. We'll see how sticky she wants to be here.
yeah.
Well, she's got the best hand, so
She does have the best hand.
there's no real low draw, but we'll see.
But Ray Ray's going to put some pressure on with the set, knowing that he is drawing to the nuts. So if the board pairs, well, not the nuts, actually. There could be some straight flushes out there with that flop. But if a 9 or an 8 comes out, he's going to feel pretty good, or the last jack.
I still should have stopped to
Yeah.
think about it.
Kathy
I
is
just
going
assumed
to
you are not gonna
raise
fold
with
the
her
way I think
flush.
about it, but Deuce on both
Oh, well,
boards.
Ray Ray only bet 30.
Should think that, okay. I mean,
And he's going to let it go. So great raise from Kathy. If he
I had
gets,
one of my outs.
if she gets raised over the top, then she knows she can just call.
I like her spot there where she,
$2,000 in the middle.
raises on the flop because it's cheaper for her to see where she's at. And obviously she takes it down and she doesn't have to face any
That's
pressure.
why you
Somebody
bet
had
$1,200
quads, bet
on the
$5,
turn.
they
Put
will-
that play away from me.
Doesn't
That's
take
what
much.
helped you.
All right, so it looks like we have 3 more hands tonight. We are playing until hand 75.
800 or 900 or something.
The action is actually heating up now. I mean, they're getting it in. Oh, Diego's getting
I think they.
some ace deuce, non-suited. Ray Ray's deuce 3.
Ray Ray has a hand that Matt would love.
I would prefer another king.
Shelly has 2 kings. Unfortunately, one is accounted for.
You can just see a flop.
And
Victor,
Mahesh has ace, ace, deuce, so you know that this is about to get very expensive.
yeah, he'll probably raise.
He's going to raise to 125. He's going to
And he's
try to
raised,
get as much money in there as
everything.
possible.
Straddle.
so he should get action here.
Straddle. The first time I did it.
And he
$20
says, I'm
straddle.
defending my
I
straddle.
have to make it meaningful.
You could protect it.
It's
You
the
could
first
protect
time
it.
that I
haven't straddled
I
at
have
all.
to raise. He's trying to make everyone believe he does not have ace, ace, deuce. But let's see
I
what
like
the
Ray.
flop
Ray. I
brings.
mean, Ray don't need it to call. Ray's got deuce 4.
And Diego has made bottom 2 pair.
Same
And
as
so-
Ray.
He is just going to have to let this go because you don't want to make bottom 2 pair in Big O. His low got
Two
counterfeited
pair.
and Ray Ray will fold and Mahesh is going
Mahesh
to
has
win
balls.
with the worst hand. He's going
I
to
know
use that power of aggression.
I know so many Big O players that check right there.
That was
Mahesh
not the flop.
All right, let's go. That way
spot,
I can
and he just
I had ace
fires
deuce as well.
relentless
Oh,
Yeah, let's go.
and is able to take it down. He earns a lot of pots easily. With that, he's down 2.3K,
But he's
stay
brave.
here till the stream. I don't want to
He
get
is
back.
brave and he can
Oh, was
be
it on the stream?
up way more than that, like you said. So
My phone's like-
he has really made tonight's stream very entertaining.
We're watching you right now.
We've got
though. Where
2
are
more
you?
hands tonight. We are on hand 74.
My 2 dogs
And once
love me
again,
more
the
than
professor wakes up with a premium, but we'll get back to that because he's in the
Because you
straddle.
feed 'em everything. Red, prime red.
Ray Ray wakes up with a non-premium. He calls. Kathy, I mean, 4 wheel cards, suited ace. She decides to raise.
She's gonna raise, and Diego, we saw a little spoiler alert. He is definitely gonna be in there. He might not try to bloat this
Oh.
pot out of position. So we will
I mean,
see.
I would start to pucker up when Victor gets in there.
I gotta protect my
And he does, in fact, decide to
He uses the same line as Mahesh.
raise with ace deuce 5, ace suited ace king. And Kathy decides, let's try to spike a deuce. Let's try to make a hand. And Victor's in there too.
Good job. Yeah. That didn't work.
And not much of anything for anyone. The professor has a flush draw and a gut shot. But when you have that suited ace king of hearts, it is more likely that somebody is going to be drawing to that spade. He does, however,
Turn the nuts.
turn the nuts. And Victor does as well. He's going to play it aggressively.
I
And
think the professor's going to re-raise and just be free rolling Victor.
he is. The professor now has the nuts with a spade draw. And it's going to go all in here. Kathy will get out of the way. And Victor will hope not to see a spade on the river. And there's the spade. Oh, no.
Look at that. You're risking also.
So Victor is going to get stacked again by the 8 high flush. He got to the river free rolled. And
He needs to stick to those deuce to 7 streets. I'll probably go out after
way I
this
was
is
gonna
over and
see
give
the
him a hug. Just what he wants.
Aces?
Huh?
No, that's not the cards I was thinking of.
Aces?
Kings.
And we have reached our last hand of the night. We are wrapping it up. So that was a very bloody hand 74.
Oh. Victor doing the
Just try to work.
reach into the wallet. I've done it many
worked great
times.
for you. If I had
We all
gone, I
have.
don't know what would have happened. Whether you would gone on the
And for our last hand, Ray doesn't want to fold. What are the lowest Big O stakes spread here? All of the Big O is the same stake. It is 125 Big O at TCH Social in Austin. So that is the game that you will play and that we play in our room.
But you can put together a private game here at TCH and make your own stakes and have your own group, have your own dealer. Very good deal. Check it out online. They'll be able to get you and accommodate whatever stakes you want to play.
That's true. And for this last hand, Shelly has flopped top set, so she's going to bet. And Trevor Poole has joined us. How's everyone doing tonight? We're great. We're on our last hand here on this stream. But go back, watch the whole thing. There were a lot of great hands, great action. And a couple callers on the queen. The heart comes right in.
Will Kathy be able to represent?
She doesn't. And the low comes in. Does anybody have? Nobody has a low still. Mahesh has paired his 5, so he does not have a low. Kathy is able to bluff this pot, but she doesn't know.
That's good.
And Shelly's going to check and win with top set.
Shelly's had a couple like that tonight where people have had opportunities to put pressure on her, but they weren't able to do it. Fear.
You did not want to represent hearts.
You walked up there
You're
and
king of hearts.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our Big O stream tonight. Thank you for joining us. We have very much enjoyed calling the action for y'all.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. This is Uncle T for Matt and Amanda, who did a great job tonight. Hats off to them. TCH Social Austin bringing you the 125 Big O. We'll be back with you next week with another game. Thank you for everyone on the chat, anybody that views this later on. Remember to get on all of our lists for all the games here at TCH Social. We'd love to have you. And again, like Matt said, if you have a game that you want to do privately or even a live stream, those are available. So again, great commentary. I agree, JD. Thanks to both Matt and Amanda and all of our players, our two dealers. Jesse, once again, the best mixed game dealer in all of Austin, maybe the world. Good night, everybody. Have a good evening.
Share top set.